think we'll go ahead and get rolling here. So thanks for coming on to How to Start an Online Coaching Business. We're going to go ahead and just jump right in because we got tons to cover tonight, and I want to make sure we cover everything that we possibly can with plenty of time to spare. So let's get the slides going here. You should see my slides. I hope that the audio has come through okay as well. So far, I think we're looking okay. Yeah, we should be fine. All right. So here's what we're going to cover tonight. First of all, we're going to cover how to get clients without certification. This is a major question that many of our students ask us because when almost every coach gets started, they're not yet certified. So we're going to cover that. We're also, of course, as I promised, going to cover how to get your first paid clients fast, how to make it feel natural for you. I actually am going to share for the first time ever, I was working on this today, some data that we've assembled over a decade plus from our Quickstart Bootcamps where our students are getting their first paid clients and how it went and exactly how they did it as well. So I'm really excited to share that with you. We're also going to cover how to connect your passion and what you do best into a profitable niche, product line, and coaching service. Connecting what you want to do, how you want to coach, the kind of coach you want to be, the clients you'd love to connect with, and actually creating profitability, creating a successful coaching service. You know, that is like, it's like the holy grail for most coaches. I mean, anybody could go out and get a paying client depending on what your niche you're in and depending on what you do for them. But not everybody can plug into exactly the kind of work that you are going to be most passionate about doing ongoingly, that you're really willing to do forever, and have that be profitable. So we're going to talk about that as well. And then finally, we're also going to cover getting started. This is, in my experience and what I've seen with our clients, the most challenging part of the coaching business, just getting the ball rolling. And then we'll also talk about Master Coach University a little bit. How does it work? What's included? How to apply? Our spring semester has begun, but our most advanced courses are just getting started next week. And so I'm going to give you some details on what being a part of Master Coach University looks like. At the end, I'll tell you how to get the slides from tonight and also the full video recording of this webinar, assuming, make sure that our technical aspects are working okay, assuming that one of these recordings actually comes through. You never know with technology nowadays, but so far so good. And also I want to really just acknowledge you for being here live because, you know, we had over 500 registered. You actually showed up. And so I just really acknowledge you for that because, you know, there are so many distractions in our society today, so many things that we can do just for us. And when you are willing to put some time and energy into really learning about something that makes a difference for the world, something that is not just about you, although you're a part of that, it really just shows a level of generosity, courage, and willingness on your part to step into a world that not a lot of people are that interested in, which is just really giving and making a difference and serving. You know, that is, in my opinion, you know, a real hero, somebody that serves something greater than themselves. So I really appreciate you being here, and I won't betray your trust for spending the time with me tonight. So that said, a little bit about me. If you don't know, I live in Florida. That's not my house. That's just me on vacation with my family. And I've worked just in coaching as my sole profession over the last 22 years. Started in 2000 working for the big guy, Tony Robbins. And these are some of our clients since then, since I left working exclusively with Tony. We've worked with some of the largest companies, really the largest organizations on the on the planet, at least as measured by revenue. And so I'm going to share what I've learned over the last 2 decades on these subjects tonight. So let's just go ahead and jump right in. How do you get clients without certification? And by the way, this is something that's a must. If you've ever watched the video that I've shared at times, it's public on our YouTube channel, where I interviewed the vice executive director. Can't remember exactly what they called him, but he's kind of like the second fiddle to the executive director at ICF. I asked him this question about coaching without certification, and he says, yeah, go for it. You actually need to. ICF, which are kind of a world governing body for the standard setter for coaching at this time, the best we got in the world, they actually expect you to do this because they won't credential you without you getting plenty of not just coaching hours under your belt, but paid coaching hours for that matter as well. So this is actually absolutely required and expected from the coaching world. So let's talk about it. The first challenge I see with this is that there's so many educational organizations, including big schools nowadays, that are getting in on the action that have just become certification factories. Like they give you a textbook, they teach you some lessons, and then they pump out a certificate, and they really don't put you in a position where you can really do this for a living. These courses, especially the ones in higher education with the colleges nowadays, will cost you probably at this point more than $20,000. When I looked at this closely years ago when we put this together, it was about $5,000 to $20,000. And again, I would say or more at this point. And then it doesn't really generate clients for you just to have a certification. And so can you do this without a certification, without that kind of expense, without that kind of without the need to generate a certificate from one of these certificate factories? And the answer is yes. I think I kind of shared that just a second ago. And the reason that's true is that the reality is certifications are very much more about confidence than anything. It's more like permission to do what you probably can already do to a certain extent. And hopefully, obviously, you're getting trained and you're learning some things on your way to a certificate. That's much more valuable usually than the certificate of itself. But confidence doesn't come from a certificate. We see so many students, our own students. I mean, we do offer certifications, and we're going to talk about some of those tonight. Who they're so excited about getting their certification. They get their certification, and then nothing really changes in terms of how they show up as a coach. It doesn't really equal confidence. We could just see that. Now, there are some coaches who it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hey, when I'm certified, I'm going to be confident. And because they tell themselves that so often, as soon as they get a certificate, they're pretty excited about it. They're ready to roll. And they get the confidence, but it's not really coming from the certificate. It's coming from the mindset that they created around the certificate as a trigger. Hope that makes sense. So confidence is really just a state of mind. And you have an influence over your state of mind. You can change your state of mind, actually. This is not something that just falls out of the sky. We have the ability, and most coaches actually know this because they've grown up in a world of personal growth. They've usually been educated at some level around the capacity that we have to actually initiate and generate and create our own being, right? So there's a lot of ways to do this. We're not going to get into that technology tonight so much unless it comes up in the coaching sessions that I offer you. But it really is. Confidence comes from your own state of mind, not from a certificate. Now, credibility is the other reason why people want to get a certification. And there's a lot of ways to get credibility, for that matter. You don't just get it from a certificate. It could come from a certificate, but a lot of times, if you're just someone who can get results, you could prove your credibility with results. You can demonstrate something that shows that you're credible. Social proof, this is the most classical kind of marketing form of credibility, which is that you've made a difference for people and they give testimonials. They speak to how great a coach you really are. Word of mouth, referrals, that generates credibility usually more powerfully than just a certificate. Now, being in a position of authority, obviously not everybody's in that position, but if you have a certain trappings that show authority, well then, that's actually a connection to credibility. We look up to authorities just naturally by default in the world. And so authority plays into credibility. We're going to talk about this a little bit later, but when you can give a free sample of what you do, and it's effective, again, proving it with results, demonstrating what you could do for somebody, that's way more credibility than most certificates will generate for you, for most of your clients at least. And then finally, all of this leads to evidence. That's really what your potential client who's looking for you to be credible as to why they should work with you, why you're a good coach, why you're the right choice for them. They're just looking for evidence. What's the evidence that, I should be hiring you, that I should enroll in your coaching programs versus somebody else's versus nothing, right? So you just need to find ways to provide that evidence. These are several of them, and certificates can be a form of evidence, but they're not the most powerful form of evidence. So one of our students, one of our better known students, got his start as a coach with us over a decade ago. This is before Hal wrote his best-selling book, The Miracle Morning, and he's written 20 other versions of that at this point, or co-wrote them with other co-authors. He's kind of the modern chicken soup for the soul author. And Hal, when he came to me, he understood selling. He was a very inspiring individual already, and he was a decent business person, but he just didn't know coaching that well. So we taught him coaching. We showed him the business model, and as a result, he already knew. How would I put this? He already had the confidence, right? And because of being who he really naturally was, he was already fairly credible, because people were inspired by him. And so as a result of the combination of what we taught him in the terms of the business model, in terms of the coaching skills that he learned through us, and then secondly, what he already naturally brought to the table in terms of confidence and credibility, he generated hundreds of thousands of customers. He's a highly sought after keynote speaker. People like Robert Kiyosaki swear by his content and his material, and he's one of the better known kind of personal growth gurus of today, at least of his generation. Now, we didn't make him into that, but when he learned what he needed from us, he combined that with his already existing confidence and credibility, and then built from there more of that, and it snowballed. This is not rocket science, but you've got to bring some of these things to the table. And one way to do it is, of course, a certificate, but it's definitely not the only way to get clients and to generate business, and ultimately then to build your practice up to the point where you can go pursue like an ICF credential if that's what you want to do. So let's actually talk about that. One shortcut to credibility is, of course, generating a level of certification, a diploma, a graduation from some accredited institution in the world of coaching, such that you can show that. You could show that on your website. You could put that in your email signature. You can hang it on your wall. There's different ways to display that you have the credibility and the skill set and the authority to work with somebody, to really be an amazing coach. And so we have partnered with ICF under the ACSTH accreditation, approved coach-specific training hours, to provide certificates that have that emblem on it, and that can build up to 160 coach training hours, so that you can go pursue your ICF credential if that's something that you are going to need or that's going to be really important to you. But just understand, it's only one way to skin that cat. This kind of certificate provides a level of authority, because they are the authority in the coaching world. It provides a level of evidence, there's no doubt. And there are a lot of different ways that people do this in various professions. Like authority is generated a lot of times by a title. Like I'm the mayor, I'm an attorney, I'm a detective, I'm a pediatrician, I'm a doctor. And also people will generate authority via like just how they dress, the optics or what kind of car they drive, socioeconomic levels. There's all sorts of different ways that people demonstrate credibility and demonstrate authority. And a certificate is, of course, one of those. It's a form of evidence that is commonly used. I mean, if you get a diploma or a doctorate, let's say, and you are, heralded as an MD, people just, it's kind of like their shortcut to knowing that they can come to you for medical advice, let's say. So that same kind of idea, that kind of oversimplification of why you should listen to somebody, why they're worthy of working with in a particular niche, in a particular area. Well, in the coaching world, that doctor is, these various ICF credentials. So for years, Master Coach University was not accredited. We didn't really have that much of an interest in partnering with ICF to generate these hours, because of exactly a lot of the things I've just shared with you. But our director of credentialing, Alan Myers, he actually generates the coach credentials for the U.S. government. He runs the HHS kind of universal coach training boot camp for coaches within the government hierarchy. He came to me one day and he said, Jeff, this is a real missing piece, because coaches need this as a kind of a shortcut to generate authority, credibility, evidence. And I told him what I just told you. But then he said, that's all fine and dandy, but not every coach is going to do that initially. This is something where you can really give them a leg up. Not to mention, as you pass through these hoops and as you've actually have to formulate your trainings such that ICF gives you your accreditations and approves those hours, you're going to be delivering another dimension of how the world sees coaching through these core competencies that ICF has codified, in kind of the historical backdrop of the world of coaching. The powerful questions and direct communication and on and on. The different various ways that we contract with and engage and make agreements and create realities with our clients to generate breakthrough results, so to speak. So we did it. This is exactly what we did. It was about a decade ago at this point. And the reason why part of the reason why I think Alan convinced me on this one was that when we looked at all the various ways that we could actually codify the work that Master Coach University does through accreditation bodies, we made some comparisons. And of course, we started with ICF, and we looked, and at the time, and they've grown since then, since their 20-year anniversary. But at that time, they were hovering around 15,000 credentialed coaches. And we looked at the other credentialing bodies around the world, the ones that were somewhat respected. And the next biggest one was the BCC, the Board Certified Coach, at 2,600 coaches that are credentialed. And then we had those that are in Europe, the IEC, EMCC, and they're like in the hundreds, if that. And so after looking at this, I realized, really ICF is the only game in town. They're the ones that have really got the resources and the breadth and the studies and the kind of the backdrop for true credibility. And they're the only accepted credentialing body for most Fortune 500 companies, the U.S. government, European coaching, all around the world. They're the ones that people look for. So with various types of coaching, you're going to work with executives, you're going to work in corporate coaching, you're going to work with government contracts, and they are embracing this idea of coaching. Many of them require coaches, or at least offer coaching to most of their executives nowadays. So because of that, they also want to make sure they're not making a mistake. They're not just offering, they're not just they're not just endorsing somebody that really, is not already passing muster with the standards and practices of coaching. And so this is a real ticket into some of those opportunities. And of course, as I mentioned, it can be a shortcut to credibility. But you do need to do this before you generate that ICF credential. And these other ways that I've mentioned are the ways in. They're the ways to get there. So there's a lot of benefits to this. People that are thinking about hiring you as their coach, they're going to Google you, chances are, because, as coaches, as leaders, we are going to be seen through a microscope. People are going to look at us pretty closely because they want to know that they can trust who's actually the source of transformation for them, the source of advice, the source of empowerment, especially intimate one-on-one coaching relationship, and also, frankly, in any kind of group context as well. So they're going to Google you, and when they do, if they find you on ICF's list of coaches, if they find your credentials, they get to discover that you're worth your salt. They get to discover that, you're for real, that you're not just somebody who claims to be a great coach. It also generates instant authority with your audience. This is, again, kind of a shortcut, if you will. Again, there are other ways, but this is one of the fastest ways that you can generate credibility through relating to an audience or relating to a group of people through, hey, I have this credential already. I know what I'm doing. And also, it's a great key for, within some niches, higher paying clients as well. When you show your credentials, it is a justifier for why somebody should pay a substantial fee versus just a nice person or even an effective coach. I see a lot of effective coaches who have trouble charging with what they're really truly worth because the individuals that are enrolling in their programs don't feel justified in paying a lot more. So their enrollment rates drop off precipitously when they reach a certain price point, when they reach a certain fee. Right? This is one way to increase those fees. So this can definitely pay for itself. And it's not necessarily the first place I would start for many niches. And again, there are other niches where this is absolutely what the doctor ordered. Like I said, working with the government, working with Fortune 500, doing executive coaching, any kind of coaching in Europe. There are other use cases, but those are some really substantial ones. Plus, you also just know that you're going to get great training when you're working with an accredited organization like Master Coach University or many others that you can find on ICF's website. All right, so let's talk about how to get your first paid clients fast, how to make it feel natural for you. This actually plays into getting started as well, but let's just get to the answer around this first. So the way to do this, let me explain it this way. Years ago, this is like 15 years ago now, I was at the mall with my girlfriend at the time, and we didn't have really an agenda. I think we were gonna go to a movie maybe, but we had nothing to do on the weekend, and we were just wasting time basically at the mall. And so it's one of these outside malls where there's a lot of room, there's fountains and trees, and it's kind of just a pretty place, and we get to go ogle the scenery, the eye candy, and so we're walking by this storefront called Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. And, we neither of us have a major sweet tooth and we're not like big candy eaters or junk food eaters. So we were just going to walk by it, but we could smell something coming out of the open door. And so we kind of we're going to kind of look in the window. And as we got closer, this uniformed member of their team, I guess, walked out with this tray of sweets, right? Just cookies and fudge and all sorts of stuff. And they just standing there, and they have like this sign that says free samples. And so we're like within, I don't know, maybe 20 meters of this person or the door at this point. So we saw this person and we look at each other like, hey, free stuff. Like, let's go look, at least take a look and see what their free samples are. So we get a little closer and we see there's some amazing things, and we kind of grab a free sample off the tray, and it's really, really good, and everything smells amazing, and we're right at the door, so we're like, okay, well, I mean, we should probably at least go in. I mean, I can't remember if it was whether or not whether we're obligated to go in, like, hey, we just took something, we should at least look around, or it was like just really good, and we figured we're curious, let's check and see, what else they got. But we went in, and so we're walking around a store that looks kind of like what the slide here looks like, except for on each of these little areas that had all these different confections on them, there were free samples. And so we tried a free sample of this, tried a free sample of that, and before you knew it, we were walking out of Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory with like $30 worth of unplanned candy purchases because we tried a little bit. And we didn't want to just eat the whole tray of samples. That would be kind of uncool. We tried a little bit. It was so good, we wanted more. We enjoyed what we got that was free, and then we wanted more. And that is the way to get those first paying clients and make it feel comfortable for you, just the way that they do at the grocery store, they do at Costco, they do at Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. You give your potential customer something that was good, that they really experience the power and the value of what coaching could provide, then they want more. So free sampling, that is really the key. And we're going to cover this in more detail than I've ever covered, at least in a webinar like this tonight. So let me show you. I'm going to show you actual data on this, because I do get challenged on this sometimes with some of our students, for that matter. They will say, "Hey Jeff, so I've been told that I shouldn't give my coaching away for free. That's a joke. Nobody's going to pay me if they can, buy the cow if you can get the milk for free." Or they'll say, I don't know that I have time to give all this coaching away and run all these free sessions like that. That's something I can't get this thing started if I don't have enough time to run these sessions, right? Or, hey, is this really the way to do it? I mean, is this really what leads to paying clients? Because if you give a free session, it's like, how do you actually get them to enroll? Just because they get a free coaching session doesn't mean that they're going to sign up for coaching, right? And so the bottom line is this, is that I'm not going to tell you that no one has ever enrolled in paid coaching without having done a free session, because I'm sure it happens. Personally, I've never done that. I've never seen our students do that. And at the same time, I'm sure there's an exception or two. There's a few exceptions that prove that rule. But I will tell you what I do see all the time. When we work with brand new coaches, we run what's called the Quickstart Bootcamp. We just finished our last Quickstart Bootcamp. I'm really proud of this group. They generated over 25 new paying clients in 30 days. And we only had I think it was 12 coaches that are really playing full out. We had a bunch more in the program, but sometimes people sign up for something and they just don't really show up. They just kind of bought it, and then they maybe watch a couple videos and they don't do anything. We had 11 coaches that were playing full out. They got, between each other, they got 25 new paying clients. And this, we graph their results. They report every week, this is what we did, this is how many new clients we got, because we know, hey, we measure it, it expands, right? If you want to manage something, what you measure gets managed. It actually expands. More people focus on it, and they actually do more of it. So we really want to empower our students to do this. So anyway, here's the graph. Shows about 26, 27 new paying clients. But there's another thing that we measure. We measure this every week for 4 weeks, and that's the amount of free sessions that are set. And in this same boot camp, 30 days, these same 11 coaches ran almost 75 free sessions. I think it was like 73, 74 free sessions. So this is what we see every single boot camp. So you could say, wow, it's really impressive that, almost basically the average coach in that boot camp got, over a 30-day period, brand new coaches, every one of them got 2 or 3 new paying clients, but they set a bunch of free sessions as well. And pretty much always, I think I've never seen an exception to this, I don't think. I mean, basically we'll look at the graphs tonight, but we always see that for brand new coaches, at least, they always set more free sessions than they get new paying clients. By the way, that wasn't even the number of free sessions that those coaches ran. It was just the sessions that they set, like they scheduled with potential clients. Some people don't show up for their free sessions, right? So it's probably more like 50 that actually got ran, or maybe even less. So they enrolled tons of clients out of those free sessions. Now we teach them how to handle that, things to say, ways to powerfully enroll new clients. Obviously they were learning coaching, so they were making those sessions pretty valuable as well. So it's not just run a bunch of free sessions, but this is a relationship, and that relationship that plays out over every single boot camp that we have ever run. I look back today, I just put this slide together today. I look back today over the last decade, pretty much decade of boot camps, because every single boot camp, once or twice a year that we run these boot camps, we run the statistics on different activities, different achievements, so to speak, that really are a sign of a successful coaching business, a sign that you're got your business started, that you're actually in business, right? Because the whole promise of the boot camp is get your business started. And these are just some of the graphs. I mean, I don't have enough room on the slide to put all of them up, but you can see this similar relationship. Like here, this first one, upper left, that first team, because we put them in teams of like 10 or 15 coaches. They ran 60 free sessions. They got about, 16, 17 new paying clients. The other team ran 40 free sessions, and they got about the same amount of paying clients. Right, so notice that there was always more free sessions than new clients. Next one, going left to right, this team on the left side of this one ran a little over 20 free sessions. They got 5-6 paying clients. So again, a little bit less on the free sessions, but also less new paying clients as well. And you can also see these guys, they ran almost 30 free sessions. They got a few less paying clients, because the fact is that some coaches, when they run a free session, they don't enroll as many clients from their free sessions as another coach might. So these different teams, the results vary in terms of the conversion rate. Like I might enroll more than 50% of the free sessions that I run. Our students, they might vary between 10 and 45% of the sessions that they run. Because they're brand new, right? These are brand new coaches. But we always see that whether it's a little bit more, a little bit less, free sessions lead to new paying clients. And it's a natural process. This is not like a sales call. This is a real coaching session that we're running here. It's not just some way to manipulate somebody to, sign up for something, be some salesperson. Nothing wrong with that. I don't want to shoot down any salespeople here, but that's not what this is about. It's about coaching. And yes, there's an enrollment that's got to happen there. So if we go down to the bottom row, here we had 75 free sessions for the Ultimate Achievers group. And they looks like they got about 7 or 8 new paying clients. And then this is an insane number. This particular team, the Quantum Leap team, in that particular boot camp, ran 100 free sessions during the boot camp. And they got about 10% of those, I think it was like 9 or 10, that turned into new paying clients, right? So we could still see that relationship is there. And then finally, over on the right-hand side of the bottom, there was a little under 50 free sessions, about 10 new paying clients. And then we had almost 100 free sessions there, about 80, 85 free sessions. And they got about 12, 13, maybe more, maybe 15 new paying clients. So it's just always, this is just always the way it works out. Now, sometimes what happens is a coach will run some free sessions and they'll say, I didn't get any paying clients, Jeff. It didn't work. I proved you wrong. And the truth is that it's not incorrect. It's just sometimes not every free session turns into a paying client. And there's a certain kind of critical mass you got to build up. You can be in a position where you just didn't do enough, right? You can't leave tonight or today or whatever time you're watching this and then say, I'm running a free session. You run one free session and then you didn't get a paying client and say, yep, doesn't work, right? You got to get some numbers under your belt, right? It's a business. It's a little bit of a numbers game to some extent. So with, you look at the Kick-Ass Coaches team, they ran almost 40 free sessions and they got almost 10 new paying clients. But the Red Hots weren't so red hot. They ran only, 15, maybe 16, 17 free sessions between them. Didn't get any paying clients. No new clients. And now, by the way, you might say, well, that's a lot of free sessions. Not really. Maybe to try to run that many free sessions in a week or two. Yeah, okay, that's fair. But over a period of months, you should be able to run quite a few free sessions over time, right? So imagine this is just one coach that ran, 16, 17 free sessions. You haven't gotten a single paying client yet. You think it'd be a little down in the dumps about that, maybe a little resigned, maybe a little doubtful about whether this is going to work? But the truth is, by the time that same coach gets to 50, 60, 100 free sessions, they're getting paying clients. It's just the law of averages. Eventually, even if they're not the most amazing coach, some people say yes and they sign up for coaching, right? Of course, you want to get better over time and improve, not just do the same thing over and over again. So why were there no new clients for that particular team? They did some free sessions. The real reason is it just wasn't enough free sessions. So that free sampling is the key to getting your first paying clients at least and having it be natural for you. So do 100 free sessions. That's the challenge I would offer you. Set the bar at 100 free sessions before you really start doubting yourself or doubting coaching or doubting your clients or doubting the economy or doubting whether people would really pay for help. Run 100 free sessions first. Then let's talk about whether what you're doing is working or if it's perfect or if it could be improved. It probably can. You can always get better. But you do 100 free sessions, we're going to have a whole different conversation. You will be a different coach by that time, and you will be in business. I can promise you that. Now, how do you generate those free sessions? A lot of different ways to do it. We're going to talk about some of those online tonight because this is about how to get an online coaching business started. But speaking is a great way. Nowadays, speaking is done a lot more online due to COVID. But bottom line is, the speaking business is one of the highest paid professions in the world. And if you're willing to put yourself out there, stick your neck out and speak in front of a group and share value, and then just invite them to do free sessions with you, you're going to get a lot of free sessions. We see some of our most successful students. Hal Elrod's a great example. Yes, he's an author, but he only was best-selling author of Miracle Morning after he had done tons of speaking, and he was signing up clients like crazy. He was a six-figure coach his first couple of years in business. I remember I was working with him. I was mentoring him at the time. And he came to me one day and he said, I've got a full practice. I'm making six figures. What do I do now? And the reason was speaking. He spoke in front of large audiences and he was inspiring, and that was the call to action, was to work with him, and people just loved him. And so of course they wanted to work with him and they signed up for coaching with him, and he made a difference and he made money doing it. Now the internet's the one that we're going to talk about tonight. I'm not going to get into speaking, but because that was, again, the big promise I made in this particular call. So online, there is essentially an infinite audience, right? Now, obviously, people can get lost in the shuffle. So we're going to talk about tonight cutting through the noise and what structures you need to put in place so that it's feasible to actually generate free sessions online. But we do this every day. I'm going to show you my stats today as well. hopefully going to inspire you to go for it and actually make this happen for yourself. Because, I mean, speaking is great, but not everybody will speak. Not everybody's got the kind of personality to do that. But on the internet, there's a million different ways to get the word out. There's a million different ways to add value initially so that people are suddenly now interested in working with you. That's all you really got to do. If you put out quality, you really help people before they're even in coaching with you, the chances are they're going to be pretty interested. Okay, now let's talk about how to connect your passion and what you do best into a profitable niche, product line, and coaching service. So we talked about this at the beginning. Like it can be a real challenge to go from what you love and what you're inspired to do and what you're really a genius at, what you would just do in your sleep or do for free, and then actually make that your job, make that your business, make that like your career. It sounds like it's a dream to do it. And I can understand why, because bottom line is, yes, there are some ways that you can immediately make money in the coaching world, but many of those ways are not ones that you may be the most inspired to do. And so if you want to find something that's going to connect for you, it's a little bit taller order than just, going through some motions to run a coaching business. Anybody can do well in the coaching business if they just do a good job with the business. And the business ain't rocket science. I mean, it takes some work, but that may not be what you're after. That may not be your passion, just coaching just for the sake of doing that. So how do you do this? How do you connect your passion and what you do best into a profitable niche, a profitable product line, and a profitable coaching service? So passions, inspiration, genius, it's kind of like hot air. It's like vapor, right? Sometimes it's this thing that we can talk about with our friends, or we have a kind of a gut inspiration or feeling for, but it's hard to put it into words, and it's much harder to make it real, to actually have it turn into a business or an income or a product for that matter, or a program. So it's really important that you're able to, and you've got to work on this, externalizing that passion. It's something that's kind of inside of you, right? You can't leave it bottled up. You've got to bring it out and externalize that. A lot of ways to do that. You could think about, okay, what my passion, my genius, my abilities, like how might that make a difference for people? Where can I actually put out information about what I'm actually passionate about and actually talk about it in a way where people could hear it in a way that might be actually useful for them? You want to find some utility in your passions. Now, not every passion has utility, right? Not every passion is the most useful thing in the world. So undirected passion that doesn't actually produce a result, it's going to be harder to externalize that. Without making some changes at least. So you may need to look at, okay, well, here's what I'm passionate about. Now, where might that actually make a difference? Where might that be useful? And how do I need to, what's the geometry, or what are the limitations I need to put on my passion? How can I create a vessel to hold that passion? Like, I want to hydrate myself, and so I want the nutrients and the energy that comes with whatever electrolytes are left in this water, right? And so that's great, and I want that water, but without the limits of the vessel, without the limits of this glass, the water is going to just run through my fingers, is going to go everywhere, and I certainly can't take advantage of it. But since I've got it, in this particular form, I can take it in, and it's useful to me. So limits aren't always a bad thing. Limits are required, and passion needs some limitations as well. I don't want to say boundaries, but it needs a vessel to hold it. Because without that vessel, it just kind of goes, it does what this hot air did. It's depleted. It turns into a fine mist, and the energy of that passion is lost, and it's not put to use. And look, I mean, why do people get coaching, right? I mean, do they just get coaching just to talk to somebody? Maybe some people do. No doubt, just having a conversation could be helpful. But more often and more usual, especially for higher ticket coaching, for when they're really paying a serious fee, people get coaching because it's useful for something that they want, or it's useful for something that they're trying to solve, like a problem that they're trying to get past. Most of the time, these are pretty tangible things. They want to have great love or a great relationship or a great marriage or meeting the right people, or they want to make a lot of money, start a business, improve their career, something on a professional basis, or maybe they want to solve some health challenges. Those are, consistent problems in the world of humanity. Or maybe they want to lose weight, or maybe they just want to look better. They want to look their best. They want to be fit, healthy, energetic, or handle problems and barriers in those areas. These are pretty tangible things. I mean, relationships have emotion to them, but they have limits, right? Like we usually don't want, 10 husbands or 10 wives. We want like one, maybe two, but there's a limit to that, right? And that limit creates the vessel through which you can experience that, right? There's no limits. It's like, I don't even know what I won. Where's the goalpost? There's no measurability to that, right? And so results in relationship coaching, let's say, I mean, they're fairly measurable. Results in financial coaching or career coaching or business coaching, they're very measurable. You guys saw some of the graphs with the business coaching I do for our coaches, right? We measure, that's tangible, real results that they actually got, right? So now, am I passionate about helping people make a career transition? Sure. Am I passionate about inspiring people to help others? Sure. Am I passionate about, working through people's challenges and problems and mental blocks and being inspiring? Absolutely. But the vessel for that in that particular coaching program, it's just a coaching program, right, is paying clients and creating those measurable results within that boot camp. And so I've externalized my passion in that particular area or those areas in such a way where I can say, here's why it's useful. And somebody could feel the passion. They could tell, like, I care. They could tell that I'm committed. But somebody that's just caring and committed and they don't know where they're going, they don't really have the goal, they're not aligned in your interest in what you want selfishly for yourself or what you selfishly want to handle as a problem or a negative and get away from something that's paining you. It's like, well, I appreciate your passion, but it doesn't really do anything for me, right? So that passion's got to be focused. It's got to be externalized, and it's got to have some measurability, some tangibility, some limitations. Finally, if you look at, again, like the health niche or the beauty niche or the fitness niche, I mean, that's one of the most measurable areas in the world. Like, I could tell if I have more energy or not. I could tell if I've lost weight or not. I could tell if I've got bigger muscles or not. I could tell if my athleticism has improved or not because I could see my times or my weights or whatever. I could tell if I still have a disease or not, right? I mean, this stuff is pretty testable. So you want to find, of course, you got to figure out what your passion is, but I'm assuming you know what that is or have a sense of what they might be. How might you externalize some of those? What I found is, and a lot of times we'll see coaches resist this. Like, I don't want to put a bound. I don't want to put limitations on this. I don't want to niche myself or pigeonhole myself. But what we find is that when you externalize this, you actually start hitting the ball with the bat, like you actually start producing some results with other people, your passion increases. It doesn't go down. And you'll find you're more passionate about the boundaries that you've set, right? About how you've externalized things, not because of that thing. Like, I'm not just passionate about, I love creating graphs of how many coaches got paying clients. I mean, so what? I'm passionate about the things that I get to do that lead to that. But I'm also passionate about that because that is my horse to ride on. That gives me permission to be who I love to be for the world, for those coaches, for those particular clients. So you become passionate about things that you might not have originally become passionate about or been passionate about when you can connect that with your passion and you make that a tangible horse to ride on for your passion. Put your energy into those things and let's see what comes out of it. Then you got to find a target customer for all of that, right? These measurable kind of results, like obviously not everybody's going to want everything that you offer, right? So you've got to think about like who are the people that are actually excited about those particular items. And then you got to learn like crazy. Let me give you an example. When I first started coaching, not first, but about 3 to 5 years into coaching, maybe more like 3 years into my coaching career, I was on my own. I had left Tony Robbins by that time, and I was struggling. There's no doubt. And I was looking for customers that I could help, and I was having trouble externalizing my passion. But luckily enough, I had family in an industry that's very passionate about personal growth, training, coaching, and development, and that usually needs that kind of help. This is a very entrepreneurial group. They're in the real estate sales industry. My family kind of comes from real estate, and so they were connected very much with these particular groups. And so I started doing little seminars for agents, and I would motivate them and work with them on their business, but I didn't really know what I was doing, right? I was just trying to kind of help them kind of take action, right? And so that wasn't like the greatest expression of what I could have done for them. That wasn't the most useful use of my passion for them. But then I started partnering with some other trainers in the industry. And those trainers had exact scripts and methods and strategies that these agents could use to expand their business, to make more money, to actually get some measurable results. And so they would hire me to coach their people, to kind of get them to use this stuff. But I took advantage of those relationships. I studied all of their trainings, and they were happy to have me studying them because they wanted a great coach that really knew the product, right? And I started reading all the books on that industry and how you made money in that industry. And within about 6 to 12 months, I was more of an expert on an agent's building of their business and how they should run that business than any of them were. I always knew something more than them just by reading this stuff, because not a lot of those agents did. They had a little bit of training. They just, go to market and hope that things worked out. And so that learning, repeated and over again, hours and hours and hours of that learning, suddenly made me an expert in that area. And we had built up, at the time, when 2008 happened and that industry started to fall apart a bit, and I'll share a little bit more detail about what I did when that happened in a little bit. We were doing 20,000-30,000 a month every month with just that one niche, just that one industry. What did I do? I externalized my passion. I found a target customer, and then I learned from the target customer, but I also learned while I was coaching that target customer as well. So you don't have to be an expert, but you got to have a customer, right? You got to know who your customer is and know where to find them. You don't have to be the best coach in the world, but you've got to find a way where your passions, your genius, your abilities can pay off with a particular customer. Then you can repeat that over and over and over again. Then you can start to scale. But this is where it starts. Now, one of the things that our students many times have asked, they'll say, Jeff, this is all great, but I'm not really comfortable with taking money for something that I feel so good doing. Like, I feel like they should pay me sometimes, because it's so much fun to coach people. It's just this great kind of profound privilege to do it. And so I feel like I've taken from people. I feel like I'm being selfish when I do that. And so I talked to our associate dean, Dr. Colette Corner. Some of you have seen some of Dr. Corner's emails over this past year. And we actually put together kind of a solution for the coaches that we've been working with that really want to get past this sense that they're taking and the discomfort that comes with that. Because if you're passionate about doing something, a lot of times you feel guilty when you really make it profitable. And you like that's part of the promise I'm giving you here. It's not just like how to turn this into a coaching service, but have it be profitable. If it's going to be profitable, you got to make more than you need. Because if you're making less than you need, that's called starvation. If you're making what you need, there's no profit, right? Profit is excess. It's beyond what you have to pay just to live and just to keep the lights on, right? So to do that, we put together this altruistic flywheel method. And this is, you think of a flywheel, like, kind of starts slow. It's kind of hard to push. But as you get it going, it gets momentum, right? It keeps going. It goes faster and faster, and it goes higher and higher. This is the kind of thing that you want to see happen when your passion turns into something real, right? But you can't make that as profitable as humanly possible and expand the difference that you make in the world if you don't scale up, if you don't create profit. So our solution for this was, again, what we call the altruistic flywheel. And it starts with being yourself. It starts with just being authentic, admitting your failures and struggles, expressing your feelings, being vulnerable. That's inspiring all by itself. Like, hey, I was hoping that this would be different, or I didn't know that this is how it worked, or I'm really having trouble with this, or these are my failures. Right? Sharing those struggles, sharing the things that you typically might cover up, that's what inspires people. That's what's irresistibly attractive. That vulnerability is what actually generates a conversation where people are compelled to be honest back to you, to admit their own struggles sometimes because they feel safe with you all of a sudden. So it starts with authenticity, and then you turn on the empathy, because that's when your clients will start being safe enough or feeling safe enough to share, really be themselves, be authentic with you. And at that point, you start surveying your clients. You ask questions and discover what's really going on with them. You go deep in your discovery sessions. Or you really want to go deep and discover, like, what's happening with the people I'm talking to, the target market that I've chosen. So far, this is pretty generous, right? This is pretty altruistic. We haven't taken anything. All we've done is given and been honest, not an easy thing to do. And then we've been empathetic with our clients. But through that, we've learned some things. We've gained some insights that most of our competitors or most of the solutions being provided to that client really don't have a clue about, because empathy is not a typical thing in business. Most businesses aren't just sitting there super empathetic with their clients. They are a little bit more selfish, right? It's what the drive to get them to grow and be profitable to some extent. So we're gaining some real secrets about our customer base, about our niche, about our target market at this point. That's when we start creating the generosity of offering solutions that leverage that insight. So we take what we now know, and we turn that into solutions. We create bonuses that go along with our coaching programs. We upgrade our programs, take it to another level. Set it up so that it's really going to serve. We also help non-clients in the process. We run free sessions. They're not clients yet when you're running those free sessions, and then maybe push out really amazing content on the internet or give speeches for free. There's all sorts of different ways you can help non-clients. And when you're helping those non-clients, leveraging the solutions that came from your tremendous empathy in discovering the secrets of what's happening for people, well, that's irresistibly attractive. People will be fighting to pay your fee if you really do this effectively. And so far, all we've been is authentic, empathetic, and generous. There's no taking here. Yes, you need to take the money, right? You need to be able to accept credit cards. Right, but that's almost a formality. This is really the real work is done. Like, I don't think about taking money day to day, right? But I regularly generate 10, 20, 30,000 a month in income because I have systems that allow people to pay. I have boundaries on the prices that I need to charge, right? I got to keep myself honest with what the appropriate fees are. And then I let the admin take care of the rest. Then I can concentrate on what I love. I can concentrate on being altruistic, right? And I get to be a little selfish in the process too, right? But I don't have to make that my life, right? So this is the flywheel I would recommend that you get involved with, but this happens after you start externalizing that passion. This happens once you've connected some of those dots, because to do this just randomly, well, it's better than nothing, but you really need a target market where you can be authentic with them, generate empathy for them, and then generate solutions for them. That's when this becomes scalable and repeatable. Does that make sense? That's the idea. Okay, now let's talk about getting started. This is one of the things I promised today at the at kind of the back end of what we're talking about here in this particular conversation. So there's one big secret to getting started, and you might not like it, but I really respect that you came here, that you put the time in, and that you're still in this conversation, because like I said, most people sign up for stuff and they don't even show up nowadays. But with you being here, I really feel compelled that whether this is a sexy answer or not, that it's one that I share with you fully and honestly. So this is what it takes to get started. And although there's a lot of things that will be helpful for getting started, this is the one that's a must. You can't get started without doing this one thing. And if you do it, you will get started. If you do it enough, you'll get started. If you don't do it at all, or you don't do it enough, you won't get started no matter what else you do. It makes no difference how many certifications you get, how many trainings you get, how many books you read, how amazing you are, how much time you've meditated, how many personal growth seminars you've gone to, how many cool people in the industry you know, how networked you are. None of that's going to help you if you don't do this one thing. This is the key to getting started, and I'm going to share some others, but this is like, if I had to say one thing, this is the one thing. Spend the time. That's what it takes. We talked about the boot camp I just finished running. I'm going to show you some more graphs from that in a second. I just love looking at the stats for what these guys do when they spend the time, but that's why we do that boot camp over and over again. When I first started the Quickstart Bootcamp, I wanted to do the boot camp one time. We were gonna get Q&A during the boot camp. I was gonna answer all the questions, record the answers, and then make it a kind of a passive product, and then just let people get it and watch the videos and learn from that and send them on their way. Not have any live interaction. But when I ran the boot camp, I found that without spending the time with them, they wouldn't actually spend the time to get started, and nobody would get started. And we see this for people that buy the home study courses or read the books, and they kind of learn the things. They never spend the time. Almost never. And so when they don't spend the time, they don't get started, they don't get the result. They don't get the result. They don't achieve the destiny that they probably were meant to do. Not to mention that all of the people that they could have helped are robbed of their gift. That's the cost of not spending the time, is just not getting started. So if you spend the time, you'll get started. If you don't spend the time, you won't. It's just that simple. So let me show you how we know this to be true. And this is a simplification of this. Obviously, this can be more complex, but I'm just trying to make it pretty straightforward today. So you should remember this graph that we just talked about, is that free sessions lead to new clients. It's these free sample sessions. That's really the key to the coaching business. And you might look at this and say, well, that takes time all by itself. It's just, running almost 75 free sessions to generate 25 paying clients. Like, that's probably some time right there. But that's not even the half of it. If you're just thinking that's the time to spend, it's like you're missing it. There's more time to spend than that. And what I didn't tell you and what I didn't share with you, and this just happened last 30 days, we just wrapped up the boot camp. What I didn't show you was that what led to those free sessions being set was something else that we measure. And this other measure that we track is time. Now, in this form, for a brand new coach, we make it super simple. We're not going out there on the internet doing fancy internet marketing. We're not doing fancy speeches. This is not, they can do that, but most of the time we just ask them to just do the simplest thing possible, which we call prospecting, which is literally just spending time talking to people and then asking them if they want to do a free session. Like, that's literally all it is. Okay. So we measure and we ask them to report with, honestly, the time they spent doing what I call prospecting, which is conversations for the intention of setting free sessions. Like, hey, how's it going? What's going on? Hey, I'm a coach now. Do you want to do a free session? That's like the 5-second version. Sometimes that takes an hour, to catch up with somebody and have that conversation, right? But bottom line is it takes time, right? And what we see, or what we saw in this last boot camp, was that, yeah, they set a bunch of free sessions, got a bunch of new clients. I mean, if this was one person that set 75 free sessions, got 25 new clients, they filled their practice. I mean, their work is done almost, other than replacing clients for whatever attrition they have. But what we didn't talk about yet was, that's 100 prospecting hours that they spent. That's what it looks like to get started. You spent 100 hours talking to people, setting free sessions. This is going to happen for you too, chances are, if you're any kind of coach at all. And if you're not, you're probably going to become that coach through spending the time, right? Just time in the saddle, ultimately. So this is not an exception. It's without exception that with every boot camp I've ever run, and we're just talking about getting started right now, over the last decade, every single cohort that we've worked with, when we run these stats, always run pretty much more prospecting hours than they set free sessions. So each hour they prospect, they set less than one free session. Prospect 2 hours, maybe they get one free session, something like that. And they always get less new paying clients than the number of free sessions they set. So spending the time is what led to all this. That's the first domino. Free sessions, yes, there's lots of ways to set them, but it takes time to set them. And we just oversimplify that in the boot camp. So it's something that every coach, no matter how kind of simplistic their understanding of business and marketing and sales and all that kind of stuff is, promotion, they could do this. Just spend the time. And so what makes the difference between a coach that never got started, never got their clients, never got paid, and a coach that does, not any of that other expertise stuff. It's the coaches that we see that actually got clients, they spent the time. And we just call it prospecting hours as a simplification of that process. And here's the, throughout the last decade, and it's not every single graph, I just, brought up the ones that are easiest to read. You'll see with, I think it's like one exception. There's one exception in these graphs where the prospecting hours was always more than the free sessions they set, which was always more than the number of new clients that they got. These are brand new coaches, know nothing about coaching, nothing about the business, or maybe very little, right? We're just teaching them, in a period of weeks, they're producing these kind of results because they put the time in. Because we asked them to. We held them accountable for doing it. They celebrated putting the time in. They made putting the time in their guru, not some technique, not some method, not some other guru, not some other person, not some certificate, the time. And so when everybody else is looking at all these other things, they're looking at the time and they're putting in their time, and they're the ones that are getting started. They're the ones that are getting new paying clients. Now, sometimes in the first month of coaching, it's like 2 paying clients, right? It's not a ton, but they got started. And it's much easier to go from 2 paying clients to 5 than going from 0 to 1. The inertia of 0 is tremendously challenging for most new coaches, most of the time. So you'll see, 100 prospecting hours, 75 free sessions, 110 prospecting hours, 100 free sessions. Here's one exception where they did like 85 prospecting hours. They got like 90 free sessions. They got a few more free sessions than the number of prospecting hours. That's like one out of like 3 exceptions we've seen over the 20 boot camps that we've run over the years, right? But all these other, these are just all different boot camps, and the graphs we've run from what our students have told us. This is not what I told them that they were doing, not what I guessed at. This is what they reported to us. Now, you might notice this one in the lower right-hand corner. This is another exception. And I want to zoom in on this one really quick in terms of spending the time. Now, notice that the kick-ass coaches, this is one of our examples, they put in 45 prospecting hours. They got almost 40 free sessions. They got almost 10 paying clients. Great. That's awesome. They did enough, right? They put enough time in, got enough free sessions, got some paying clients. The Red Hot team, though, this is really interesting to me. They put in less than 10 hours of prospecting. They didn't really spend the time. So our boot camp, we asked them to do it, did the best we could to get them motivated. They, in aggregate, that group of 5-10 coaches, whatever it was, didn't put in much time. Kind of phoned it in during the boot camp, right? Doesn't usually happen, but yeah, this is one of the examples when it happened. What was really interesting about this is that they still set a bunch of free sessions. They set more free sessions than the prospecting that they did, which is that's exceptional, right? That's an exception that proves the rule, as you just saw. So they did about 5 hours prospecting, 6 hours of prospecting, got about 15 free sessions set. It's like, wow, hey, I don't have to prospect that much, but notice no new clients. So they didn't put enough time. They didn't do enough free sessions, therefore they didn't get any. They goose-egged on new clients. And again, this is the place you don't want to be. You don't want to spend a little time and dip your toe into the water, because this is the kind of disappointment that comes with this, right? You did some work. You're like, okay, I'm looking for some results. You're kind of anxious and hopeful and worried and like, is it going to be okay? Am I any good? And it's like, oh, I got a 0. Now it's more demoralizing. Now it's like, well, now I got proof it doesn't work. You don't want to let yourself do this. And the reason why they got no new clients is not because there's something wrong with them. It's because they didn't put in enough time. It just wasn't enough time. That's it. Put in the time, you'll get the results. The only coaches that I've known that have had any kind of training whatsoever that didn't get started in their business and ultimately didn't grow their business to the level that they really hoped for and desired, there were just the ones that weren't doing the work. It's just that simple. This is a business just like any other. I mean, it's different from a lot of other businesses in a lot of ways, obviously, right? But it's still business. And so if you're passionate about doing the coaching, get passionate about putting in the time, get passionate about doing the business, because that's what leads to you getting to live your passion. That's what leads to that. So I'll give you a little bit of an overview of what getting started for me was like. I mean, I started in, some of you have seen my video around getting started in the trailer, after already having been a coach for Tony Robbins, left Tony Robbins, kind of went downhill for a little while, got into a little bit of an abusive relationship and had some real challenges in another business that was outside of the coaching industry that I thought I should be doing, but I totally was not passionate about. And kind of broke off from all those mistakes in my life and ended up with, about $7,000 to my name, living in a trailer, trying to figure out my next move. And I decided, I might be a good time to get rolling on what I really am here to do in the world rather than going off the rails with all these other pursuits. And so over the next 2 or 3 years, I struggled quite a bit. But after finding some of the methods that we'll talk about tonight, I was, getting to the point where I was making very, very good money. And some of you have seen some of the videos where I talk about how I've made, $30,000 a month coaching and, in the coaching business. And so how I did that was speaking in seminars and workshops, and I built a team. I hired and trained coaches. That's kind of was the beginning of Master Coach University in those days, just getting coaches that were good at what they did. And then started, consulting and coaching and doing these different things with different joint venture partners and some of our own sources of business as well. So we built out a really amazing book of business, and I started to live a little more high on the hog when 2008 happened. And I realized my entire business was based upon, not the entire business, about 3/4 of my business was based upon an industry that was in a bubble. And I had grown along with that bubble to a pretty significant lifestyle and income. And then my business started getting crushed along with the popping of that bubble as well. And so I found myself pretty much broke, tens of thousands of dollars in debt because I was outstripping my resources and overspending because I wasn't agile enough to shift on the fly when the market went to heck. So I was reconsidering everything in the business at that time. But one of the things I got lucky around was that some of my network had invited me to learn from some of the top internet marketers in the world because they happened to work for them in San Diego and LA. And so I started joining some of these communities, and I saw that they were, had some ways of generating business that were novel compared to what I was doing with joint venture partners and speaking. I said, I should probably try this. I should probably try to make this work. And of course, at that point, I now suddenly had enough time to actually figure it out. And so I decided to take a month out of town, out of my business. I flew out to Peru for a month. And this is actually a picture I took on the beach. This wasn't in Peru. This is in Dominican Republic. But, similar kind of spot where I was figuring out how to go online. And I pretty much started from scratch. And so I had no interruptions and spent day after day just kind of building up the different resources and assets that were required at the time. Not an easy thing in 2008, 2009. There weren't a lot of tools like there are now for building that business. So a lot of technical hurdles. But got it started, got it rolling. And within about 6 months, I had my first paying client from that. And they actually refunded, but very soon after I got another one. And within about 12 months, I had a significant income from just online business that was flowing to me. And within 2 years, I was back in the realm of doing about $15,000, $20,000 a month. And at this point, a lot more of it was fairly passive because a lot of it was automated online. It was really making a difference for people without anywhere near as much work and chasing after clients the way I was prior to that with the other models, the older models. And so I was back high on the hog. I was loving life. I mean, I was able to travel for months at a time, take long-term vacations, kind of mini retirements, as Tim Ferriss likes to call them. And it was amazing, the experience of being able to make a difference, change lives, make a difference for people, do what I was passionate about, and also have the freedom and flexibility and the cash and the income and the capital to live an amazing life, an amazing lifestyle as well. And very soon after that, we started sharing how I did this and my team did this with some of our students at Master Coach University. And this is what happened when they used those same strategies. First thing that we found, this was actually fairly early on, this is 2012, the New York Times was looking for young coaches because they wanted to show how people who hadn't lived much life experience yet were actually coaching and how hypocritical it was. And they were trying to show them as kind of failures and that they weren't very successful. But they ended up finding a bunch of my clients, a bunch of my students who were some of the more successful coaches around, and they were in their 20s. And so they ended up writing an article about Master Coach University and the Quickstart program and how these guys got started and how successful they were. One of those coaches at the time who was in that article was Sean Stewart, and he was actually really struggling at the time. He was one of our students. But we showed him how to master free sessions and how to integrate that with our online coaching model. And he started out as a screenwriter. I mean, he was not a coach. He was just inspired to do it. And he called me up like 4 or 5 years ago now. It's been a while, but it was a while after he started implementing what we taught him, and he's got months over $10,000 now. I mean, he's doing phenomenally well. So spending the time is critical, and I think that if you look at what I just shared, like in terms of going online, I had already gotten my business started. I was already doing well. I was just going through kind of a crash at the time in terms of the market that I worked with. And I had to reset my business. I had to restart. A lot of people are doing that right now due to COVID, right? So like pressing the reset button. And I had to start all over again in a way. But all I had to do in order to do that, other than have a strategy that made sense, I had to think about that a little bit. I just had to spend the time again. That's all I had to do. I had to put the time in, and I took that month off, and that time is what built the businesses and the inflow of clients that I enjoy and our students enjoy today. So I'm really grateful that I did spend the time, and I hope that you do too. So spend the time. Do 100 free sessions. Get rolling online now. I mean, the earlier you start, the faster you can actually build something here. Now, starting online is a little bit different. I mean, obviously, you're not just going to make a bunch of phone calls. That's not exactly an online strategy. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about how to get rolling online. So there's 3 steps to start online. The first one is you got to get some traffic. Right? Traffic is just attention online. Right? It's people coming to your website, people showing up at some of your online assets somehow. You got to get traffic. And the fastest way to do that is not do some kind of organic content strategy. Nothing wrong with that. You could totally do that too. But the simplest and most straightforward way is to pay for the traffic. You could buy a customer practically. In fact, one of the reasons you may actually be here at this event right now is because I paid for you to see something that led you to sign up for this webinar, right? So Google and Facebook ads are made for the average Joe. I mean, you got to be a little technically minded around some of it, but anybody can learn it if they really are patient enough. They spend the time. And yes, you can use SEO and organic content. That is a strategy that can work, but it takes about a year or two to really get it rolling. And so if you want to get customers today, pay for the traffic. That's really the key. So you got to get traffic. These are the 2 big ways that I advise to get it. And obviously there's a lot of detail to that, but it's pretty straightforward. And anybody can do this who's going to put the time in. Next, you got to capture leads. What happens if you just get traffic to your website and you don't capture the leads is nothing, right? It doesn't ultimately lead you anywhere. So the way to capture the leads is you use squeeze pages. Now, squeeze pages are just pages where they offer something for free in exchange for contact information. That's capturing the lead. And there's really nothing else that they can do. So it squeezes them through. If you want to continue down this road, I need to be able to reach out to you. That's really what you're asking for, a kind of a captive audience. So you want a captive audience that when you can email them, call them, contact them, nowadays DM them and instant message them or SMS them. You've got ways to do that, right? You have a way to actually reach out to them whenever you need to so that you can give them an opportunity to actually work with you. So squeeze pages are the key to that. And so for instance, this squeeze page within our business consulting division, underground best practices of productive teams, when they click that little button, they get a little pop-up. It asks for the email. All of a sudden, we got you. We've captured you as a lead, right? You're going to get some value from that. I mean, we're going to get some free coaching or some videos or some work, something that will help you. But then I get to reach out to you for as long as you allow me to, until you opt out, basically. That's a pretty cool opportunity. And the reason why is because if you could give a speech in front of 100 people, that'd be pretty valuable, right? You're probably going to get some free sessions from that, probably some paying clients. I mean, that's a pretty logical continuum. But what if you could go back to those 100 people tomorrow and speak to them again? And then the next week you could speak to them again and again and again and again, like for years. Now it's not just, 100 people and you're going to get a couple clients out of it. You might end up getting half of those people to become clients over time because you got the time to win them over. You got the time to really express your caring for them and show your generosity, to listen to them and discover what's going on, how to help them. That's the opportunity with capturing leads. It's way more powerful than speaking over the long term. In the short term, speaking is definitely, an amazing business strategy. But this is where we can always go back again and again to get more customers, more clients, our database of leads. And then third, You want to become friends with those leads. Obviously, you're not friends just when you have that first transaction. They might have gotten something from it, but they don't really know who you are at this point. You're still kind of strangers. So you got to become friends at that point. And so we put these leads into a database, and that database allows us to reach out to them. So, for instance, if I want to write you an email, I can write a single email to you, or I could write that email to you and 10,000 other people. And the way to do that is through your autoresponder database. That tool it's one of the most valuable tools in my arsenal, because that's where my captive audience can still get value from me, and I can give and give and give, and we can really become friends too. That's an absolute critical thing. It's really hard to enroll somebody in coaching who doesn't already feel a rapport with you or a friendship with you. It's not an easy thing, right? But with your friends, it's like you just level with them and say, hey, look, I really want to help you. Let's do a session. Hey, you should sign up for coaching, give you a friends and family discount, and all of a sudden you got a client, right? That doesn't take that much. That's the easiest enrollment you'll ever have, unless you got some issue around your friends, right? And that's a whole different separate seminar, a whole different webinar on that one. But most of the time, people who we're friends with, we have trust, we have mutual respect, we have rapport, we care about each other, and we can just be honest and vulnerable and generous. And then it's just a question of, are you willing to transact with them? And if a lot of the people you're going to coach are people you care about, people that are your friends, you probably need to make some money in order to do it, right? I mean, how many of us go to the local market or some small store and we go there again and again to get something or get our groceries or whatever, and we become friends with the people that are there? Now that we're friends with them, we won't pay them? That doesn't make any sense, right? So we pay friends too. That's okay. So you become friends. And again, this is not like best friends, like, BFFs. This is like professional friends, right? Where we have a congenial, collegial relationship, right? So those are your friends that you're gathering in your autoresponder, and you're emailing them, or nowadays, once again, you can direct message people, you can SMS them. There's all sorts of different ways there's variations on that particular relationship, the auto response relationship. But you want to kind of automate that to make it doable so like I could literally talk to 10,000 people today if I wanted to. It's not going to take, if you wanted to send a single email to 10,000 people, you'd never have enough time, right? You could hire 10 people and, it'd take weeks probably to do. But click of a button, click of a mouse, you can do it with this tool. So email communication is a great way to do it. Obviously, again, there's other forms nowadays, but email is still a phenomenal and very useful tool. Don't make the mistake that a lot of individuals make when they first work with us on this basis and say email marketing is dead. You can't email people anymore. It's just going to get stuck in spam. That is so wrong. That is one of the biggest mistakes you can make. If you think that, you don't know what you're talking about. And if somebody tells you that, even if they're like an expert, they are selling you something. That is just not true. And I understand there's other ways to do this, and they're very similar forms of communication that are reflect from email, or very similar to email, that you can leverage nowadays if that's your particular target market. And then just add value. You can add value doing that again and again and again for free without expectation of return. You're going to be friends. Once you're friends, guess what? Free session time, right? But it's just harder to generate a free session from somebody who's a total stranger for most of us, right? So we create that relationship where people want to work with us, and then we give them a little bit for free, and we're off to the races. So if I was to simplify this to the greatest level, and we're to kind of like zoom out here and just look at, great, now we know how to get started. We know what the nuts and bolts are, the basics here. And we understand like how to connect the dots with these things, how to get started. Yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing. I don't necessarily have the skills for all of this. So I'm going to share with you the 2 skills to learn so that you can be very successful in an online coaching business. The first skill is coaching skills. People really want you to have coaching skills. Like that's where the value is. One of the biggest challenges that I see is some coaches, they're just like turn into marketers and salespeople and online marketers and all this, and they really aren't very skilled. They're not adding much value, and they wonder why their business is limited in some way or why they can't sleep at night. It's lack of coaching skills. So get those coaching skills. It's a great benefit to your business. Second, business skills. You got to have them. Now, you don't have to be the most skilled business person in the world. You don't have to have your MBA, right? But you need to generate some modicum of business skills so that they don't even have to match your coaching skills, but they have to be on par with what minimally is required so you can get the business going, because it's a business, right? So if you got epic coaching skills, you're the best guru that the world has ever known. Well, if you have like some basic 1 out of 10 business skills, you'd probably be fine. You'd probably get by. But every time you level up those business skills, it leads to a bigger business, assuming equal coaching skills. Does that make sense? So it's a combination of business skills and coaching skills that's got to come together to produce a really amazing and profitable online coaching business. So business skills, we've talked about some of these. There's offline business skills, influence, speaking, partnership, fulfillment, like actually fulfilling on programs. There's a lot of different nuances to these that we won't have time for tonight, but this is a big part of it. And then there's online business skills. It's got its own silo of skills, strategic skills online, like knowing how to connect the dots strategically with your online strategy. Creative skills, like how do I put together this ad? How do I write the copy for it? How do I design the graphics and the imagery? How do I work with a team to do that? How do I operate as the art director? How do I put together really good creative? That's a huge variable in online coaching businesses. Messaging online obviously is huge. Obviously is important offline as well. And then finally, technology. If you are technically inept, you can't run an online coaching business, right? Now, does that mean that if you're technically inept right now, that you'll never be able to go online? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means spend the time, get some technology skills, right? I mean, it's like, you don't have to have a computer science degree nowadays in order to, put together a website and put together some emails, hyperlink some things. I mean, this is pretty basic stuff, relatively speaking. Anyone with almost any level of technical ability, if you're willing to actually do the work, should be okay online, but you do need to generate some of those skills. Now, on a coaching skills level, we've talked about this a little bit, but I want to elaborate. So this is a model that Dr. Coyner, our associate dean, put together, and I just want to share it because I think it is a fair way to look at the totality of bringing coaching to a client and what it takes to really cause breakthroughs and make a difference for them outside of just like the basic powerful questions you might use. So you want to make sure that you have trust, of course, between you and your client, because without that trust, how are you going to coach them? It's not going to happen. But you also need to create clarity, because without clarity, you're just walking around in circles, right? It's the blind leading the blind. But on top of that, you also need agility, because, I mean, if you're not agile, I was talking to our head of the Synergy program today, Chris Thompson, about this, and he was talking about how we work with our clients in a nuanced fashion and change what we advise and what we offer based upon the client, not just based upon some rigid idea. And I explained to him, I said, Chris, that's why your coaching is valuable, because if you were just rigid and you said the same thing to everybody, well, then we could just turn you into a book and give the book away or sell the book. We wouldn't need you. So the reason why you're needed live with a client or live with a group is because you're going to actually tailor how you work with somebody and be agile enough and flexible enough to reach somebody that's different than the last client that you worked with. So that agility is required as well. So with these three items, trust, clarity, and agility, like you're gonna deliver massive coaching results. Or at least you're going to have amazing coaching sessions. Let's just start there. So just to elaborate, in order to create this, you got to have some coaching skills. Now, we covered 3 coaching skills that are advanced level skills. Well, I call them disciplines inside of the mastery program in Master Coach University. Some of you students are going to be learning this stuff from us. Accountability, which is getting people into action, helping them break through what blocks or stops or resistance they have to just doing what it takes to actually do what, succeed in their business. Strategic coaching, or what I call strategy coaching, learning what are the external and internal strategies that a client is using that could be improved or need to be optimized. What is the best strategy that they could adopt to get where they want to go? Different strategies produce different results. And then finally, assessment. We call this assessment coaching because the awareness level that most clients have is fairly low compared to where it needs to be. This self-awareness and understanding what makes you tick. And so when you assess your client properly, and we use psychographic tools for this, and then we just teach how to read them because it really speeds up the process of understanding and assessing where your client's at. It turns a light on. It creates clarity and agility for you in the coaching relationship and for your client in their life and their business and whatever they're working with you on ultimately. So these are the 3 coaching skills, the 3 disciplines that we teach in the university. Obviously, there's some basics that you got to learn, and we teach those in Quickstart and certification training, which is part of the mastery program. But you also need to generate a clean space. Without a clean space, you can have great skills, and there'll never be enough clarity, right? You'll just be dishing out coaching just randomly, and it's gonna be dirty. Let's put it that way, right? It's not going to be clear. So in order to create clarity, you need to also be able to generate a clean space. So a clean space as a coach is where you come from. Think of it like a no expectations attitude, where you're at peace with whatever comes from your client, whatever happens, right? That's not something that's normal for most humans. I know, like in a lot of my coaching sessions, like before it starts, I'm thinking, gosh, I wonder how this is going to go. Am I going to do a decent job today? Are people going to like what I have to say? Like I'm like wringing my hands, right? Like that's me naturally, normally, just my default state. But then I know that when it's time to show up for that session, when it's time to show up as a coach, I got to set all those judgments aside. I got to set all those expectations aside and say, nope, I'm not going to expect anything. I have no judgment. I'm going to be powerful no matter what. I'm going to be no judgment. I'll be drama free. Like, how am I gonna be a powerful coach with having my own drama about something that's going on between me and my client? It's never going to happen. And I'm going to have no agenda, no expectations attitude, so to speak. So when I can deliver skills from that space, clarity can be achieved actually quite easily. Now on the rapport end, if you don't have rapport with a client, again, great coaching skills, but there'll be no agility. Even if you have a clean space, like you're at peace and you're like the Zen monk of coaching, but you can't get rapport with your client, like there's not a level of rapport, there won't be any trust there. You've got to have that trust in order to reach them, especially in the deepest fashion. So there are rapport skills that you want to learn and generate and up level. The ability to partner with somebody, generating mutual respect between you and a client, them respecting you, you respecting them, and having let's say creating a sense of trust, a sense of safety within that coaching space, within that coaching session. So that is rapport in a nutshell, if you will. There's more to it than that, but we're simplifying here for our purposes tonight. So these come together to create phenomenal coaching results. Coaching, think of them like coaching ingredients that happen within sessions. Now, what also happens is that just because you deliver all that in session doesn't mean your client gets great results, doesn't mean that the coaching skills are going to be delivered. So you need a client who has desires, then you can work with them on clarifying those desires. Because if they don't know what they really want, or they have desires, but they don't really know where they're going with them, like no amount of coaching is really going to help them, right? It's not going to be useful. Beyond that, there's got to be some time in the saddle. You can't just have one session with them and that's going to turn into coaching results. Usually it's 2, 3, 5, 200 coaching sessions to really get the results. I remember there's a client of mine who referred his son to me who's having some real difficulties, and we had one single session, and he came back and he said, well, it didn't work. They said that, that their problems are, not just going to go away just because they got coaching. And so anyway, we decided that, that's not going to be useful to them. And I said to my client, I said, who are you kidding? I mean, there's no possible transformation just after having one conversation with almost anybody on the planet. It's going to take a little bit more time than that most of the time, right? Not to mention that client didn't really know what they wanted either. Okay, so these things need to come together. The coaching agreements need to come together with your client's desire, need to come together with some time in the saddle to produce the coaching results. So with that said, guys, I know we got a little bit of an intimate group here today, but I do want to let you know that, this is still something that is an opening for you to take on if you want to get some coaching. And this, nothing sacred in here. You can bring anything up, but my outcome for you, if you do decide to take on getting some coaching from me today as a little bit of a demonstration for us, is that you bring up something that is more than just informational, because coaching is not just about teaching. It's not just about Q&A. Like, I can answer questions till I'm blue in the face, but that doesn't really equate to coaching. So if you have something where there's a block for you, if you have something where it's a real problem, you haven't been able to change it, if you have something that's a goal or desire or a dream that you have, and you've been stuck or not making the kind of progress you'd like, the bigger the challenge is or the bigger the goal is, the better the usually we'll do in the conversation. And so I'll just open it up right now. I'll check the chat, and we'll go ahead and put you on the hot seat if you want to, and then we'll go ahead and move on. So since we don't have any volunteers today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you a recent training that I did with one of our students, one of our Master Coach University students. And I think it's a really great example of the kind of coaching and the kind of coaching skill and the kind of transformation that you can create through what you learn at Master Coach University. So take a look at this, and as we go through it, I'll talk you through a few of the technical points. So here it is. Let me just press play. Here, so I'm going to work with you.
Now I'm nervous.
We're going to get into it in a second, and that'll go away fast. I know, especially for you.
When I talked about my disc, I was excited. Now I'm getting nervous.
Well, this is different. This isn't just awareness. There's something could actually happen out of this conversation versus just, not that you didn't take action on what we also did, but that wasn't necessarily what provoked it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be a much more active conversation. I'm going to see if I can, oh no, I guess I need to stay on screen myself. And okay, guys, well, here, let me try grid view. No, this is better. All right, cool. All right. I think we're in good shape. So just, follow my lead, Paco. I'll take you through this entire process. You don't need to worry about anything because you're the client here. Just play full out.
Yep.
We're going to be in great shape.
Will do.
So now, first of all, remind me, I just went over all of this, and I read what you said when you volunteered, but remind me, and also really for all of us to hear as well, what was the issue or the change or the goal or the thing that you brought up that you wanted to focus on, just so we can start with that, and then we'll get into, and then I'll go ahead and start asking questions, and the rest will get unconcealed.
Yeah, I'll do it as authentically and sincere as I can. It had to do with like some sort of dilemma I have in my head around committing to my partner, creating a life together, and what that can mean for my finances. So to paint a bigger picture, she's about 5 years older than me, so she has this pressure of having children and getting married and getting out of her house and everything, which I don't have. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that if I had the money, right? But moving out of my house at this moment, it just brings to my head the idea that I may be getting into something that I get stuck with. Um, I can
You're
elaborate
talking about
more
the
on this.
relationship or something else?
Yeah, so I'm thinking, yeah, with moving comes getting married, comes having children, comes more expenses. And with me not performing in my business as I have historically not performed, um, that's one key piece. um, that would mean that I would most likely be miserable and like a bitter old guy saying the same old story of, oh, priorities changed when you were born. I had these dreams and stuff, but they're not possible. No, no, I had these dreams and stuff, but when you were born, you were my priority and things. I just don't want to be that guy that uses his children as fucking excuse, and sorry the cuss word,
Oh,
as an
please.
excuse
Yeah.
uh, for not achieving what he wants. And what 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 I fear, and I don't know where this comes from, is that I know I won't tolerate that kind of life, and I will likely be facing trouble in my relationship or whatnot, and that may end up in divorce, and I don't know what will come from that, but
Sure.
uh, I see as a risky move getting you know that way and not having the certainty that I'll be able to measure up financially and achieve what I want, plus making sure the family needs are met.
Okay.
So I'm the kind of guy that if she were to force me to do something today, I'd say good luck in your life,
Of course.
because success is first and second for me in this point, at this point. But at the same time, I love her. But commitment to me at this point, it seems like more a risk, and I'm in the middle. That's how I feel.
Okay. So what you're dealing with, it sounds like, is a dilemma. You you want to appease your girlfriend and you want to provide her what she's asking for, and you appreciate and actually sounds like empathize with where she stands on it, and you're not sure if that's going to work for a variety of reasons, not just financial, but freedom
Mhm.
wise, etc. And you've got fear about actually making that commitment, and you do have your priorities, but you're seeing that decision or that action as the beginning of the end for those priorities, because suddenly other things will become more important, even if you don't want them to be or not. Is that
Yeah,
all correct? Anything I got wrong?
I'd say that's accurate.
Okay, great. So, guys, what we've got so far is we have some basic items like, hey, there's some decisions I need to make, or I have some desires, but I also have some fears. Like we talked about that risk model where it's like, well, my life's okay, but if I really go for the next level and say I've got it all, I've got my family, I've got my girl, I've got my kids, I've got my money, I've got my freedom, I've got everything. Well, I could end up with zero. So it's like that's risking too much. Whereas if I don't go after all of it, maybe at least I can have the success, even if I don't have all this other stuff, and maybe I can get that later. So we have
Spot on.
a sense of risk there. And you can also characterize it maybe as a little bit of an addiction, but it doesn't sound like that at this point. It sounds like more it's a risk. It's a risk thing. It's like I don't want to try. I don't want to do all of it because maybe I'm not capable, or maybe it won't work out. There's 1,000 different ways how that could really be bad. Even if I do love her, I know that there's problems that are available that I don't know that I can solve. Anything I'm wrong about there? Anything you would say is accurate?
You're good.
Okay. All right, fair enough. So what we hear is a dilemma, basically. That's the first thing to get. So that said, that's just the exposition. That all we've got so far is like the story that Paco's living into right now, right? Which is like, again, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. This is more important, but I want that too. There's like he's torn. You can feel the diverse, different emotions that are going on there, and the battle that's going on within him, right? So besides that, though, if I'm going to diagnose well, I need to understand the answer to two simple questions. What do
Yep.
you really want? And then what's preventing you from getting that? So I already have an idea of some things, but again, the way that you characterized it, there's a lot of things it sounds like you want. So what is the thing that in that, what you just shared, what is the thing that you want, like ideally, even if you don't think you can have it? This is not about being realistic yet. I just want to get a sense of, hey, like, what do you really want, even if you're fearful or concerned or feeling stopped about going after it or getting it or what it's going to take to achieve it? Like, really, what do you want? Let's get to like, what's the big thing that you actually want?
Yeah, would you outside of a relationship or in life as a general thing?
So notice, by the way you answer that question is very telling because you're separating. See, it's like this. It's like life is over here, and then
You're
the
right.
relationship is separate from that, right? It's over
Mm-hmm.
here, and these do not meet, right? This is your life. This is your relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no, just I mean, like, just consider that your life also encapsulates your relationship, right? It's like
Yeah.
any relationships you have will be inside of life in general. Now, you may
Mm-hmm.
decide that relationships just, well, screw them. They're not that important, but it's
Yeah.
all inside of this one big thing called your life. So, but what I'm asking for, though, is I don't want to generalize too much to say, hey, what do you want in life? Because the reason why you brought this up around your, because this is a relationship issue just as much as it is a life issue,
Mm-hmm.
is not because you like, is not because we could just talk about what you want in general. It's because there's something that you want about what you just talked about
Yeah.
that is really like, somewhere inside there's something that could really get in your way of getting it. And I want to know what that is. What is that specific? Not just in general in life, because I know there's all sorts of things you want in
Yeah.
life that we don't need to
So
talk about right now, but this we
yeah.
need to talk about. And there's a reason for that. So what is that thing that you want?
Yeah. Like in this specific case, the ideal scenario is a case where uh, some of the most important decisions I'd make that have to do with picking my partner and having a family are not rushed. I'd say that's one thing. But more important than that is that I make a decision and that person is supportive to me. Um, that and that decisions to a certain level commitment means to me cutting off other options. So there's
Yes.
some of that, right?
Right.
Um,
So really
so
what
there,
you want is a relationship that supports you,
yeah,
and then you want to make a decision around that, which means giving up the other possible relationships, but it also means getting the full on support of that
exactly.
that relationship as well. So decision
Yeah.
as well. So is there anything I missed there? Is there anything else? Just the way that you would say it, so I understand the basics here.
Yeah. So there's one thing. So one way she's different to me. Um, I'm more of an accumulator kind of guy that will reinvest in myself and my assets, and she's more of a traveler. So there's this pressure of not only family but also traveling, right?
Okay.
So it's even mounting to more success that I should have, and it's in the end what comes to mind is this maybe lack of confidence in myself that I can really pull that off, and if I can,
All I'm trying to understand is what are you trying to
yeah,
pull off? Like just add travel
yeah,
to this
the
because
positive.
she's into it,
So
or
no, I'd say having a supporting relationship, being
yep,
financially free, which is what I'm aiming towards,
right.
success, having um, I'd like to spend time. That's another thing that I just came to mind is spending time with my children, right?
Okay.
That would be something key. That is like, how am I going to spend time if I'm working that hard to be financially free? So it's like it's
So it
odd,
sounds like
you
what you
know?
really want is this relationship, but you also think but you'll have beliefs about whether or not that's doable and all the things that come with it, like you said when you first shared this. But
Yeah.
this is the thing, like being financially free is something that you want, that you're not even, I mean, you brought it up, but you didn't bring it up initially because that's not the thing that you're actually looking for support on today. What you're looking for
Mhm.
support on today is this, You could correct me on this, but again, just it's coming back to this, and the reason why this is a problem is because, like you're saying, well, how am I going to have that and have time and have freedom and accomplish the things I want to accomplish? Is that
Yeah,
all true?
exactly.
Anything I'm wrong about?
No, no, the financial and here my roadmap before I met her. Like for me, life was about being as successful as I can, you know, finding somebody that I fell in love with, I decide to have a family and having my kids. I'm going already to be a millionaire, so I can devote all this free time to them. But when that clashes, it's like I'm in a position where I need to decide between my children and money. It's just like painful to go through, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
totally. So you want all these things, but it would be painful if you pursued it, at least the way you see it, even though you haven't experienced that yet. I mean, you don't have kids yet. Is that right? Or do you?
No, no,
Okay.
no.
All right. Phew. Okay. Dodge that bullet. All right. So, so anyway,
Okay.
bottom line is this is really what you want. There's just problems about getting it,
Yeah.
and this is not about like how to be financial free or something like that. These are the areas where you really have things that are getting in your way internally of actually going after this full bore. Because right now you're not playing full out to pursue this relationship that fully supports you and making a decision to go for it, and then actually working out the time for all these things that would be challenging if you're still on your financial freedom journey.
Yes.
That's what this is about. No?
I haven't made that decision.
Well, yeah, that's
I
what I'm
think
saying. It's like
yes, you're
this is,
spot
but
on.
you want to make that decision, which is why you're bringing it up. You just haven't.
I want to get clear on yeah, the
Yeah,
one
I mean, if the
alternative.
decision is no, then at least you're clear there, and then
Yeah, yeah.
we got the
That's
tandem. We're
freeing,
good. Yeah. Yes.
That's freeing, yes.
Yeah.
Whether it's yes or no, I think it's the middle. That's
You're stuck in the
the
middle. You want to make
yeah.
the decision, but even if you just made the decision no, you still want this, right? You still want a relationship that supports you, and you want time for all these things or
Yes.
some of those things at some
It
point. Yes.
would be the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be the same thing, but you would be willing potentially to put some of that off to go
Yeah.
after what is most important for you right now, which is right now the financial freedom and pursuing the ultimate success. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let me ask you this. Um, what is life about?
Um, I thought about this today, and I went 7 levels deep and stuff. But I think life is about achieving and giving. That's what I think life's about: achieving and giving.
Nice, achieving and giving. So,
Yep.
and what do you have to do in order to achieve and give? Like if your life's about achieving, I wrote that totally wrong. Achieving and giving.
Yeah.
What has to happen for you to actually do that?
I'd say you have to grow.
Yep.
You have to work hard, right?
Okay. That'll
Um,
work.
and then I you just yeah, I think the working hard piece gets you the money and gets people the help. So
Okay.
so I'd
So you
say
gotta get money and people. Okay. Anything else? Anything else that has to happen, or any other ways that you need to utilize in order to achieve and give? Since this is really what life's about.
um I'd say grow, work hard, and that's my framework. That's what comes to mind to me.
Yeah, okay, really, really good. So this looks pretty straightforward. So let me ask you this then. Are you doing all these things at this point? Are you growing, working hard, and creating money and people so that you can achieve and give?
Yeah,
Is
I
there
am.
anything preventing you from living that?
As of now, no, I don't think so.
All right. So I think what I'm seeing here is that the very thing you brought up, the way you see it currently, actually threatens the very thing that you just said life's about, which is that's the whole dilemma that you just shared. It's like I want a relationship that supports me. And by the way, what that means is what you think life's about. You want a relationship that'll help you achieve, give, grow, work hard, money and people.
Yep.
among other things, I'm sure, but at least that, because that's the minimum. That's what really life is really about. You want to make a decision to create that, but then you need all this time, and that's another thing that if I asked you, you'd say it's down here. Work hard means time,
I'd
and
say
this
it's a
is
matter of time. Yeah.
yeah, it's a matter of putting the time in. And so here you've got
Emotionally.
time also. So these things detract from each other at this point, the way that you look at that. Is that fair to say? Anything I'm missing there? Because I think you already said it, but I just want to confirm.
Logically, I'd say scaling, commitment, and leverage would trump time. But emotionally, that's not true to me. That's not what I've
That's right.
experienced firsthand.
Yeah. So even though you know better, time is still emotionally an issue for you, which is why you won't, or I don't want to say can't, but you won't commit to this yet because it's like, well, if I have to give up that time and I know working hard costs time, then the very most important thing in life, what life is actually about, I could actually lose that. And then we got that risk model right back where we started, where you could
Yep.
go to zero, zero with all your needs, the certainty and the love and all these things. You go to
Yep.
zeros if you do this. Okay, so I just want to clarify what I'm talking about here because this might be a little bit of an unfamiliar term. So when I said you're going to go to zero with all your needs, the needs that I'm talking about are these needs we call the survival needs. These are universally required kind of emotions that people need to consistently feel. The necessity of these is hardwired into the human condition. So there's four of those. The first one is certainty, the need for consistency, comfort, to survive, to feel secure. And then there's an opposite that's paired with that called variety or uncertainty, the need for challenge and excitement and surprise and novelty and adventure. And then beyond that, we all have a need for significance, a feeling of feeling worthy or self-esteem or important or pride or power or ego. And then finally, we all need, again, kind of the opposite of that, a need for love and connection, a feeling of oneness with our community, ourselves, another person, our family, etc., being connected, so to speak, with others, bonding, oneness, sharing, and or intimacy. So when you hear me talking about the needs, or especially the survival needs, these are the four that I'm talking about. And the reason why these are so critical and why they really run the show is exactly what I was covering in this training, is that they must be met, and if they're not met, it's a matter of survival. And so when a need isn't met, even if it's the right thing to do, you may not do it. You could sabotage the very best idea that logically makes total sense and maybe even aligns with your highest values. People will sacrifice, they will sabotage, they will give up what's right, what's best, what's ideal, and what's a good idea in order to meet their needs, in order to make sure that these needs, at least at low levels, are met, and ideally at higher levels. Started where you could
Yep.
go to zero, zero with all your needs, the certainty and the love and all these things. You go to
Yep.
zeros if you do this. But if you don't do this, there's no way you're going to zero because you could just do more of this. You could always grow. You could always work hard, put time in. You could always get more money and people. You can always
Yep.
learn how to do that better, especially if you
Yep.
have the time, which you need to some extent. So let's just get rid of this relationship, and then you can't possibly risk going to zero with the thing that's most important to you. That's why this is an issue. That's why this is a dilemma currently. Are you with me so far? Anything I'm wrong about?
Yeah, you said get rid of the relationship. Not, I don't think I'm
Right.
quite there. Yeah, yeah, I
Yes,
think.
and there's a reason why that's the case. But this relationship's still problematic, which is why you haven't gone all the way there. And so the
Mhm.
second question we need to ask
Yes.
is, hey, if you want to make a decision here, what prevents you from making that decision? There's one answer I think we already got, which is what you just said, which is that making a decision about this would force me to threaten what my life is about, going to zero. That's one reason why you're prevented currently from actually just making a decision here. Is that accurate? And would you add anything to that?
I would add something
Okay.
like, so so let's add the fact that maybe I'm making the expenses bigger than they are. Like she earns well, and if she would be, say, supportive, and we could share expenses, she could make me even be a better man.
Uh-huh.
That's a possibility.
Right. Like you
Um,
could grow with that, which is why you haven't just gotten rid of the relationship as well. Let
yes,
me ask you this. If you knew that this relationship was not going to support you in this, would you get rid of the relationship?
yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, and which is basically what you already said. So that's what I was saying is like, you don't know that's the case, so you can't say no, but you also don't know that you're actually going to be able to achieve this while you do that. So you can't say yes. So the bottom line is you're in a dilemma. You're in no man's land, making no decision.
Yeah,
Part of that
right.
reason is because you don't want to take this risk, but there's another reason why you won't just get rid of the relationship, because that would be the simple thing to do, not necessarily easy. But once you eliminate this, you could just pursue this, and that's what life's about anyway. So why not just say no? Why not just say goodbye? I'm going to go after what life is about. So does that make sense? The point of this is that the reason why at this point Paco is not really facing the dilemma and the decision that he's wrestling with in his relationship is because it threatens what he says, quote unquote, life is about. And the reason why he's saying that those particular actions and those particular achievements are what life's about is because those things in his mind meet his survival needs. If you get that, that's the upshot of this conversation so far. I'm going to go after what life is about. What would you lose, or why wouldn't you want to just let it go and let her go find somebody that's going to not have these issues that she can be with and have her be happy with that?
Yeah, there, I'd say there are several reasons. So, I like how the relationship has developed in terms of she's fun to be around. I love her. Um, I see myself with her that I didn't with my past partner. So that's
Okay.
that's something positive. And I do believe there's value alignment, and I like many things about her, right? So I do see her as the person that I could share my life with,
Okay.
right? I do see that.
Nice.
Um,
So that's why you won't just say go away.
yeah,
And so even though down here, like significance and certainty and variety, if you just achieve this, you could get 10, 10, maybe 9 or 10 with all,
yeah,
especially if freedom. If freedom's a part of this, which I think it is, that's probably a 10 also. You can meet all those needs, but here's the problem. Love without this, I don't know, without that relationship or a relationship similar to that, let's just not like assume she's the only one at yet.
yeah. There are many.
But
Yeah,
without a relationship like that, where would love be on a 0 to 10? And you've experienced this, I'm sure, so sure you could probably tell me pretty easily.
in my life,
Yeah.
without
How
the
much love do you
relationship,
experience without that kind of love in your life? You maybe have a companion or
it's
people
it's
around
a
you, but not that.
major driver for me.
Well, what I'm asking is 0 to 10, 0 being no love whatsoever, 10 being the most love you've ever experienced. How much love would you have without this kind of relationship? Like, it's still a relationship, but like not that quality. Where would you
No,
be?
no, it wouldn't. For me, it would suck out my motivation as it has in the past.
Okay, but tell me how much love you would achieve. 2, 5, 9, 1?
Probably 1 out of
Okay,
10.
like a 1 or a 2. So
Yeah,
1 or 2, and that's why you won't get rid of this because right now, where are you with her? How much love do you experience with her?
I'd say I'd say maybe an 8 and 9.
Yeah. So you got 8 to 9 love, and here you got 1 or 2 if you just tell her to go away. That's why you
Yeah,
can't just say no, 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 no. You're getting in the way of my plan. You don't fit into my box, and you're trying to work that out because you're right now. Your dilemma is, I don't know what I'm going to get if I pursue my life with her. I'm just going to know I got love handled, and if I don't have her, I could pursue all these things, and I'm pretty confident I should be able to get them if I put the time in. But then
For,
love could easily be at a 1 or a 2, and that's unacceptable either. Because what was the top need that you were driven by when you went through this little exercise, which was the
uh,
number one?
significance.
Yeah, significance. So that's why you won't say let's go for it here, because significance is a question mark, and you want to risk that. So quick explanation on this, because there's two things we're covering here. The first one, hopefully you got that we were just rating where he's meeting these survival needs on 0 to 10. 0 being not meeting it at all, 10 being the most he could ever hope for. But he's got different vehicles in his life, different aspects of his life that meet needs at different levels. So for instance, as we looked at in this interaction, his idea of what life's about, achieving and giving, he meets all his needs except for love, just through that general idea of living life, just living it on his own. But in his relationship, his current relationship, as again another vehicle, another way to get his needs met, let's say, he's getting 8 or 9 on a 0 to 10 of love, which is why he won't give up the relationship, just because it's uncertain as to whether or not things will work out with meeting the rest of his needs. He's concerned that it's going to get in the way, but he doesn't know it's going to get in the way. Does that make sense? And then this other area, let's go back to it. If I pursue my life with her, I'm just going to know I got love handled. And if I don't have her, I could pursue all these things, and I'm pretty confident I should be able to get them if I put the time in. But then
For,
love could easily be at a 1 or a 2, and that's unacceptable either. Because what was the top need that you were driven by when you went through this little exercise, which was the number one?
significance.
Yeah, significance. So that's why you won't say let's go for it here, because significance is a question mark, and you want to risk that. So let me explain what I just asked. I asked what was the top need that you came up with. And in this particular training, we were looking at these survival needs again. But then the question was, which out of these 4 survival needs do you make most important in your life right now? Because we don't treat these equally, even though they are all necessities. We don't have a choice as to whether or not we meet all of them. We got to meet all of them at some level, even a low level at least, just to survive. But people live and operate and think differently in terms of which of these they make most important operationally. So some people make significance most important, where others make love most important, or maybe certainty most important. And you can observe that to some extent, but you can also ask the question, and your client can kind of do a little bit of soul searching there and give you a sense as to what they feel they're making most important as well. So what he said was significance. We'll go back a little bit. Because what was the top need that you were driven by when you went through this little exercise, which was the number one?
Significance.
Yeah, significance. So that's why you won't say let's go for it here, because significance is a question mark, and you want to risk that. But the truth is, even though you're going after significance, love is also probably in your top 2 somewhere. And maybe it's number 2, but it's still really high up there, and you can't live without that. And you've proven it, because you would already moved on if you could. So the fact is, you can't just leave, because even though this looks good, it's never going to work. Like you said, you're going to lose motivation. And without love, all these other things they're superficial. You'll get tired of them after a while. It won't be even worth it for you. But just with this, it's like, who the heck are you if you don't have the significance? And that's not okay for a significance-driven man either. So that's why this is a dilemma. Neither of these look very good to me at this point, so you can't say yes to either.
Yep.
All makes sense still? Anything you would add? So the point of that is that because he said significance was number 1 for him, operationally speaking, that as long as his significance is called into question through having this relationship, through committing to and dedicate himself to that relationship, if he feels like he'll lose that significance, or it's not even that he will, but maybe it puts it at risk, that's not a risk to him that's going to be worth taking, not just because it's a survival need, but because it's the most important one. Does that make sense?
No, that's it. Spot on. I'm
Yeah.
with you.
So the bottom line is we know what prevents you from making the decision, which is yes, this the way of looking at this and your beliefs about that. But otherwise, when you think from this perspective and you're about to make a decision, what is your emotion? Like, how do you feel?
When what?
When you think about making the decision, you look at these options and how none of them really look like they're guaranteed or like they're going to work. What is the emotion that comes up that kind of stops you from even considering making the decision at this point?
Yeah. So my thought process is more along the lines of it. I'm not answering the question of the
Yeah,
emotion.
what's the actual feeling? Forget about the thoughts.
Yeah. I it's I'd say discomfort is one feeling.
Yeah.
Like like I
So it's
I feel like
uncertainty basically. You're uncomfortable with even thinking about the decision.
yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and if I said, "Hey, you have to make a decision now on this," how would you feel
Yes.
then?
Um that's more empowering. I'd say that's the way to go. It's somewhat frightening to me.
There you
Uh
go. So that's
Fear
the
would come.
emotion right here is all that's going on for you right now. And I know as an achiever, this doesn't sound real significant, but what's going on is you've got needs that you're trying to meet. And the primary one currently is certainty.
Yeah.
And the way you're meeting it is, although you don't feel this on a regular basis, but it's because you won't even go there, your triad is just fear. So I just want to give you a little explanation of what I meant right there when I said your triad is fear. I'm going to use that word, I think, a couple times in this particular training demonstration, this little coaching demonstration. And the word triad is just another way of saying emotion or mindset. And the reason why I use that word triad, I learned this from my original mentor, Tony Robbins, is that every emotion or mindset is made up of a triad, basically a trinity of three things. And those three things include language, certain way of talking to yourself, certain conversation, so to speak. Physiology, which is basically a way of breathing, a look on your face, a way of moving your body, just a physicality to it, if you will, a focus on certain aspects of feelings in your body, let's say, having feelings. And then finally, beliefs and focus, whatever you imagine, think is true, just your kind of general idea about how everything occurs, thoughts and things that you kind of hang your hat on, that you really have a sense of certainty and confidence that it's real, like your current reality. So these three things: one, your language pattern; two, your physiology and your focus on different aspects of feeling in your body; and then three, your beliefs and focuses. That's what I call a triad, which just really creates all emotion, all mindset. So when I said triad of fear, it's really just, hey, that's your feeling is fear here. And that fear is going to cause a fallout, right? Because if you're in the emotion of fear, you're going to operate a certain way. If you're in a different emotion, you're going to operate very differently. You're going to have different performance level. You'll make different decisions. It really massively changes the way you operate in your entire life, not to mention your experience of life as well. So we had already discussed that in this training, which is why I'm just kind of throwing that term around. So I just wanted to make sure I define that for you as we go through this. So let's go back to listening. One currently is certainty.
Yeah.
And the way you're meeting it is, although you don't feel this on a regular basis, but it's because you won't even go there, your triad is just fear. And you don't want to feel fear because as an achiever, that doesn't feel very significant because that takes the significance away. You call it discomfort. And as soon as you get uncomfortable, you're like, I don't want to even talk about it. And you want to think that too hard about this whole thing. So instead, you don't even go into fear. But if you went there, fear would show up. And the reason fear shows up for you is not because you can't get significance. It's not just because love is at stake, although it is. I agree with you on that. It's
Mm-hmm.
because you're uncertain about the outcome because you've never been here in your life before and you don't have any way of predicting, and it is unpredictable, and it is really fucking uncertain for you. And so fear would be an obvious and natural reaction because you need that certainty too, as we all do. So here's Paco's dilemma, guys, if you guys are still listening out there. The dilemma is I can't meet all my needs either way, or I'm not sure if I can because I don't have certainty about it. And so because I'm uncertain about this decision, what comes up in me here is discomfort initially, but I know if I go all the way and say, I've got to make myself make this decision right now, which you know is the right thing to do, you go into fear because you're still missing certainty. And so you can't make a decision without certainty because then it's like you have to meet that need. But the fact is, if you make this decision, there's no way to be absolutely certain about that it was the right decision
Yeah.
until you've done it and you've succeeded or failed. And you and I both know that. There is no right decision here. There's just your decision and then looking back on it and experiencing the pleasure and the pain that comes with that decision. And so regardless of what happens, you're gonna not be perfectly certain about this when you make the decision, but you have to have certainty. So that's the real dilemma. This is all about certainty. This is why fear is the emotion, and that's what's preventing you from actually making this decision. That's it. So I just want to give you a quick explanation and clarification here. When I said this is really about certainty, what I meant, and to be more specific here, when Paco feels that he's not meeting certainty, because he doesn't, there's no way to predict what's going to happen here. I hope that's obvious at this point. Does that make sense? So when he knows it's uncertain as to whether or not he's going to meet all of his needs, the natural emotion to come up in that case is fear. Most of the time when life is uncertain, fear will arise for people. You know, it's not necessarily guaranteed, but 9 out of 10 people are going to feel fear when their life, important aspects of their life, are uncertain. Not just, hey, life is a lovely adventure and that's really exciting, but it's like, I feel like I'm losing the certainty that I want. Right? Hey, if you're not feeling like you're getting enough certainty, fear will come up. Why? Because fear motivates us to go get our certainty back. Right? And we have to have that certainty. Because why? It's a survival need. So fear is just a reaction for Paco. Fear is just a reaction for Paco to experiencing a lack of certainty because he knows that this is going to be uncertain. He gets to the point where he's not very certain, and so fear arises in him, and that fear has him, as I just mentioned a second ago, frozen. He's frozen in time because of fear. And really the reason why fear comes up for a man that's not, you know, obviously, to me, I know Paco, and Paco is not a fear-driven person. Fear arises for him because uncertainty is rearing its head here at a key decision point in his life. Make sense? It's all about, this is not about significance, even though that I know that's the most important to you, operationally speaking. And this is not about love, even though she gives you massive amounts of love and you wouldn't live without that, which is why you wouldn't just walk away, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
But really what this is about for you, the preventing issue for you is not those two. The preventing issue for you is certainty, because this decision, there's no certainty in this decision. But like I said, you've got to meet certainty or else you're going to get frozen, basically, which is where you are. So that's it. That's the whole diagnosis in a nutshell. And the vehicles for this, guys, if you didn't notice, it's you've got this woman who loves you. You've got kids, potential vehicles there, and all these fun things. Connecting, doing what you think is right, all that. And then you also have these vehicles that you've kind of idealized in your mind for a long time, and you've experienced some of those, which is money and people and working hard and putting time in and sacrificing and growing like crazy so you can achieve and then give. By the way, out of this vehicle, since this is what life's about, let me ask you just one more thing about this whole achieve, give thing.
Yeah.
If you were able to do this, really able to do it, like at the level that you imagine in your dreams, what will that give you?
Certainty.
Interesting. Anything else it'll give you other than certainty? If you can achieve and give in the ultimate level, you'd be
I'd
totally
say
certain. But
everything else would be possible.
yeah, because if you did achieve and give at the level you wanted, you'd be significant. You would be totally certain of that. But also, you could probably attract whatever love you really want, it sounds like. And you, of
100%.
course, would have limitless variety as well. Is anything I'm saying that's wrong?
No, spot on.
Really, really good. So now we have the diagnosis, why this is a dilemma, why this is scary, and fear. Even if you made a decision when you're in fear, it's going to be the wrong decision because you're going to be like looking back on that thinking, why was I such a pussy and I didn't stand up for myself? Or why did I just walk away and run away? That was the right decision. You'll always like make yourself wrong even if it was right.
Yeah.
That state of mind will never serve you and it's never going to serve whatever you do ultimately as well. So I appreciate why you probably haven't done this. So that's it. That's the diagnosis. So the next step is leverage. And leverage is all about understanding and associating, like actually feeling what the cost is of not making the change you need to make so that you do what you, again, I know logically, like you just need to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
But you also have these feelings about it that are leveraging you to not, right?
Yeah. I'm buying time.
So I'm going to oversimplify this for a second, and then we're going to talk needs because I want to get technical with you for a second so we can actually look at those aspects because it'll be much more revealing. But first, let's just simplify this. What is, regardless of which decision you make,
Yes.
what is the ultimate pain and regret and sadness and sorrow and anger and hurt and like the loss, if not the negative consequence that someday will come if you don't make this decision and you continue to let fear run you and you put this off because you're in fear? What's the worst consequences of that or the worst loss?
I'd say
Not in the
that
short term, because short term you probably feel better to not even do it, but in the long term.
of not making the decision.
Yeah, just not even deciding, even if you're wrong.
Yeah, not making the decision. So let's say I don't make the decision.
Yeah.
What would inevitably happen would be, yeah, it
Let
doesn't
me give you
carry
an
on
easy
that
way
much.
to say again.
It doesn't carry on that much. It's
I'm not sure
because
I understand. What do you mean it doesn't carry on?
so this decision I've been, to give you my perspective, I have not. I'm working the lateral route, which is try to be as successful, make as much money as soon as possible, so I can have the certainty to go ahead and with the relationships.
I understand.
Yeah,
Right.
but
But again, that's just what we already diagnosed, right?
yeah.
That's all. That's, like I said, it's all about certainty. So we know you're going to play for that. The question is, that's not the question though. The question is, what's the ultimate pain of not making this decision?
Yeah, not making the decision will lead to her making the decision of not being with me.
That's right.
Right.
And so what will you lose, or what will the ultimate pain be if that happened? Because literally that's the road you're on right now.
Yeah.
Even though I know you've rationalized you need to get some certainty so you can work it all out.
Yeah.
But that's the road you're on. And even if you finally said, okay, well, I'll just do it because she threatens, and that's not going to work on you anyway. But even if you did, then it wouldn't be your decision and you lose all sense of pride and significance, and that would not work for you either. That's probably why she hasn't pressured you at that level, because she probably knows that.
And I would resent it. I
Of
wouldn't.
course. Because significance, right? You lose significance, you got to go for resentment in order to get it back. You got to blame her.
I wouldn't
Bitch
be.
made you give up your significance before you were certain.
I would
Stole
end
your life
up.
away from you.
I would end up breaking up with her if I don't take a decision. That's what this leads to, right?
That's exactly right. And so if you broke up with her, or she with you, depending on the situation, because you didn't make this decision, then what would the feeling be that would go along with that? In other words, literally imagine you're there for a second. You want to do this with your eyes closed, you can do that visually, but imagine that happens and the loss that comes with that, and what would the emotion be that you would feel at a very, very, very intense level?
So there are two things that come to mind.
Okay.
One, it would be like painful to lose love for once. For
Yeah.
one, yeah. So the other one would be like this this also reinforcement, and yeah, it has an impact on my significance for sure, because it would be like reinforcing like you're not good enough,
Right.
right?
So not only do you lose love, but you also lose significance because
Yeah,
if you were only significant enough, you could just made you could make the decision
yeah.
and you could have had the love. So how would it feel
Yeah.
to lose both love and significance because you simply were too fearful to do what you knew was right? How would that feel?
Well, in that moment, it's crap, you know.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
bad feeling.
Yeah, totally. Now, look, I mean, you live your life and you go on,
Yeah,
but the other problem with that is who you would become as a result of that, potentially, if you allowed that. Because, by the way, if you're going to that level of pain about this and you think about being unworthy and being insignificant and being it your fault and taking that on, as a responsible man would, by the way,
yeah.
naturally, that pain would be one that you would not only never forget, but the belief that would go along with that would probably haunt you for years, if not for the rest of your life. In other words, not just would you lose love, but you'd also lose your sense of who you are as your sense of possibility, and then that would affect your performance in later days as well. Yeah, what were
I
you thinking? I saw that.
No, I agree that
Okay.
it would be a confirmation of not going all in, which is not something that would characterize the way I would see myself, right?
Yeah. And all of a sudden, if you're somebody that sells out of yourself and the people that you love and your own dreams, and you let fear run you, that's not a great experience for you, is it? I mean, how would that feel if that was who you thought you were?
Pretty bad.
What would you say to yourself if that's the way you acted? If that was kind of where you ended up in your life?
That's I'd say that's a wimpy move, you know?
Yeah. At a minimum, that would be like a wimpy move. That's a very good way of putting it, right?
Yeah.
So, bottom line is, and look, I can see it on your face that, you're experiencing enough pain about this. And at the same time, let's actually get clear on what you just explained. And because I want everybody to get this. The reason why Paco's tearing up about this and the reason why that's so painful is not just because it was like, okay, there's a loss and this is not working, but it's his entire identity that he would lose, which is his sense of significance, losing that, and also what's really actually important to you, which is love. Because here's what I just heard, I think. I don't know. But I think what I heard was if only you could create enough certainty by doing all this, that would make you worthy, i.e., significant enough to be ready for love and have the time and, like, hey, now I deserve all that love. Because, like you said, I thought, and I didn't know this, I thought, like, gosh, okay, if you just don't make the decision, you lose the love, you just lose love. But what you said is like, no, I wasn't good enough for the love. And so that's why, partially, I think you're after the significance is because you really want love, or you're a total love bug, and you also want to achieve. But the reason why this is something you'll wait for is because for you, this is about getting significance in your life, not just because of significance, but so you can actually have the love and give yourself the gift of the love that you maybe aren't sure you deserve without achieving significantly.
Yeah.
So it's basically the simple fear is, well, gosh, if I'm not enough, then I won't get love. And that's the ultimate fear for everybody. I got to tell you, I've worked with thousands of people. There's not one individual I've ever met that doesn't have that fear at some level. They might have moments where they think it's handled, but long term, you can see that's running them in a big way.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it can prevent them from living their life, but it's a huge factor. So really what your model is for achieve and give is, I want to be able to achieve and give because it would give me significance and I'd be significant enough to then get love. That's why it's not just achieve. There's some people that are just like, I just want to achieve, screw giving. Then I get significance. I can get all the love I want that way, but I don't really care about that. But you want to give too. And the reason why you want to give is because you know giving is going to be much more the basis of love. People are included in your vision because it's also about love, not just your ego, not just feeling powerful and strong, not just being proud of yourself. You deserve those things and you want those things. And you should have those things. But if you make this come before love, here's the ultimate leverage if you really want to know. It's not just the pain that you just experienced, which I'm glad you did because I know now you won't ever actually go there by your own mistakes. You won't make the mistake that so many of us have in life of giving up love in exchange for significance. You won't make that mistake now because you know it's not significant for you. But the other issue is that for you, because it's really about love, significance is just a means to get there, to achieve it, so to speak. And the question is your worthiness and whether you're capable of that and whether you can maintain it and experience it. Here's the real problem. If you go after the significance the way that you have and put off love, to put significance first, like you have, like you just told me, it's significance is number one, the way you're living. If you put that first, what happens is that if you succeed, you'll get significance. You'll get it. And unfortunately, once you get that significance, if you haven't allowed love into your life at that point, you haven't actually lived for love as well as significance and balanced out in that way that we just talked about, the love you're going to attract, which is really for you about love. That's why I know you had tears in your eyes when you're talking about losing it. The love that you're going to attract is not going to be at all interested in what you really want, which is truly love. They're going to be interested in your significance that you got, and they're going to be all about that. And so you'll literally attract the very mate, the very love, so to speak, that would destroy you in terms of your own soul, at least temporarily, because they're all about this, and you really want to be with them for that. And that will teach you that relationships are lousy and that women just want money or something like that. Yeah, and that they're all selfish and that you can never share love because it's impossible, and you'll be somebody that will be much more lonely in terms of love because that will become a transaction to you, not because it has to be, but because you literally set it up that way by going after achieve, give. Because this is just a safe way for you to get love. This is like if I give a lot. We talked about this earlier with Rosalie. We talked about how contribution is a safe way to get love. I give and give and give and give and give to you. What are you going to do? Tell me to go fuck off? No, you're going to love me. You can't help it.
Yeah.
Right? But if I just say I love you and I'm going to be with you, you could reject me, and that's scary because that's uncertain. So like I said, it all comes back to certainty. This is about certain love through contribution for you. And if you play that game in a significant way, which is going to be your form of it because you're an achiever, you can't help yourself but be that. And she won't never stop you from doing that. Even if you guys have kids and travel and all that stuff, you'll find a way to make it work. You'll have to because that's who you are. I know you doubt that because you haven't necessarily gotten to the level that you want to be, but you're never going to get to the level that you want to be because as soon as you get to the level you want to be, you're achiever. You're just going to say next level and you're going to never be satisfied, and I'm glad. Because people like you make the world better because you're never, ever satisfied. And that'll happen here or here. I don't care which model you choose. But like I said, if you choose this model, the real thing you'll lose is not significance. You'll just lose love because you'll attract, like I said, you'll only attract people that want significance, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, no.
And when you don't get what you need from them, you'll just experience pain in relationships, and then relationships will be pain, and you'll lose love, and love just won't be available to you in your life because you'll learn that you're helpless with that. But like I said, you made it that way by saying, I have to give in order to get. And what she has taught you, what's her name?
Yeah, Ophelina is her name.
Ophelina has taught you, what she's taught you, that you could learn by the pain that you just put yourself through. And I really appreciate your courage to doing that because it gives us all a representation of what it takes to really transform. is that you don't need this to get love, which is really what you want. You still want this and you'll still get it. But if you make like she's teaching you like, hey, it's okay. You don't have to be all this for me. I just want your love. That's actual love. That's love that's love that has no conditions on it, no price to it, no transaction, no, oh, I'm just excited about him because he's got power rather than the other one. There's not that selection and that significance judgment around that you'll naturally have for yourself anyway, but she doesn't judge you that way. That's to me that's obvious, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'd say to a certain extent. Yeah, and there's then again, it's a need for certainty at the same time because, you know,
Right.
uh, the support, the care. I can't help but sometimes think about what if, I'm that one prospect that she's like, decent guy. I want to create a family. I want to get grounded, but maybe she's settled, or maybe, that thought is also there. And I guess it comes from,
Right.
the same place of not being good enough. It's the
Yeah,
same
exactly.
source.
And that's just a certainty fear again. It's
Yeah,
like, what if I'm really not good enough for her? And she's just like, okay, I better have some kids. And now's the time. And I'll just take him because he's like, okay, and just leave it at that. If you let that fear drive you, you'll never be satisfied in your relationships and love won't be available to you. Not because it's not because you can't find loving partners and people, but because you'll never let it in because your whole model is about deserving it.
yeah,
So if you don't have the courage to go after it when it's uncertain, you'll never ever think much of yourself when it is. You'll just go after the easy thing. And
yeah,
this isn't easy for you, and that's why it's important. And frankly, Paco, I don't care why she's chosen you. I don't care. And you know what? You'll never for sure know anyway because you can't be her. That's her
yeah,
responsibility to work that out.
yeah,
Now you can sense that, you can try and trust that, you can try to measure that at some level, but you may not know.
yeah,
But what you can do is you can be a strong enough man to be significant enough to put your fear on the shelf and be certain yourself, right? You could just decide to be certain even though it's not a certain situation and go for it and give love and be the loving man that you really are. And then
yeah,
if she's not the one, you're going to know it real fast. Because here's the good news about picking the wrong person. As soon as you choose them and they really know they got you, they reveal that they're the wrong person. They'll do it in 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 days, but you're going to know real fast. If she's really trying to trick you, or if she's really not the woman that you think you've chosen,
yeah,
as soon as you really do commit, you're going to know. Because as soon as she feels like, okay, I got him, and I'm just using him for this and this and this, she'll be the person that you know that you never want to become. She'll become the warning for you. She's the one that's really about significance and all these other things. And she'll act that out and you'll feel it immediately. You'll feel the shift.
yeah,
My guess is I doubt that's the case. And that's why this is so hard for you. And that's why it's so scary. But that's your fear. I don't think that has a lot to do with her. But again, like you said, you're trying to make that judgment, and I don't know that that'll ever make a difference for you. So that's the ultimate leverage I think you can have is not just like, hey, I could lose these things, which I totally appreciate that you felt, but also that if you
yeah.
just go after this
I get
and
that.
don't make an honest decision with courage and with this whole certainty thing that we just talked about, you will ultimately never have the love that you really desire
I'm with you.
because of who you've become in the process, because you made the decision inside yourself, inside your soul, that, you know what? No, love's not that important. And that's not the real you. I know the real you is more, but when certainty is at stake, it makes it sound like it is, like, because you end up getting scared. And this will cover that up, acting like it's all about achievement when it's really about fear.
Yeah.
That's the cover up that we needed to unravel here. So that's the ultimate level leverage that I would offer you there. So is that enough for you to finally make a decision here and go for it, even though it's not guaranteed?
Yeah. Uh, you know, I, I think it is. I think this really opened my eyes. Like, Yeah, definitely. If I go all the way and I have all the reasons to be loved, then maybe I'm loved for my things and the image of who I am. So definitely the one thing that would bring me safety could actually harm me the most, and
That's
I
right.
didn't see that. I hadn't seen that at all.
Yeah,
Um,
that's because ultimately there is no certainty in love. There
yeah,
isn't. I mean, you can love her and be certain that you love her and you're going to give to her and you're going to really be committed. You can be certain about that because that's you. You can't predict what she's going to do. That's up to her. And
yeah,
that's why there's no certainty. And that's why it's the ultimate fear for every one of us in this realm, especially in this life that we have,
yeah,
because you don't control anybody else. You can transact with them and pay them. You can have a business partner, but you can't have a lover. You can't have a wife or husband. You can't have a soulmate by doing that because that's fear. That's protecting yourself by putting all this other stuff in front of it.
yeah,
Now the good news is if you can break through the fear of this is easy, especially for someone like yourself. Because if you deal with this you could fail here. You've already failed in this area anyway at one point, right?
yeah,
Right? You lived through it. You still are, a significant person that's pursuing this and going after that. So if you could deal with this one, number one, you've already proven you can handle it, even when it's tough.
yeah,
And also you get this handled, you won't have as much fear about this either. Because like I said, this was a way to make this safe. And as soon as this feels really safe for you, which it will very soon, I think,
yeah,
this becomes a place where you can play full out and play and not worry about it as much also. What
yeah.
were we going to say? Sorry.
And may I confess something? Like,
Okay.
I sometimes hold back in conversations, and I guess it's the same root of not measuring up and not being good enough. Not necessarily
Sure.
for her, but to my standards. Um,
Right.
so I avoid conversation, and that's precisely the kind of conversations I should be having and the kind of intimacy I'd like on somebody that I know for sure is going to support me. But
Sure.
I avoid doing that because I just don't want to be let down, you know?
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, it totally makes sense. And the game is rigged so that at some point you're going to feel let down, even if this is the right love for you. Not because you're not loved, but because you have standards and you have rules, and just like every human being on earth, and as does she. Those are the problems you were worried about, like time and kids. And what about all these different things? Those aren't always going to be fun for her or you, but that's why you commit, because you know you're in it and you'll find a way to win and help her win as well.
Yeah.
And that's like ultimately, are you going to have every answer with that process? Of course not. But I know that if you did it, you'd commit to figuring it out. And eventually you'd learn and she'd learn and you guys could grow together. What were we going to say? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's that's that explanation. It's just that's it.
That really is it, isn't it? I mean, you can handle this. You've worked, I mean, you've practically dealt with, I mean, your life is in a way kind of resolved. It doesn't make it easy,
Yeah.
but it means that what life is really about in the heart of your life, you can embody that. And you're a heartfelt man, and if that's where you come from, your spirit will be so empowered. And by the way, speaking of success, you want to create the ultimate motivation for success. It's not preparing so you can be worthy. It's having kids and time and a wife that you love and all these things that you want to support and that's beautiful to you and you want to give everything you can to, so you conquer this even when it's hard, because that motivates you even more, you know. And is that a pressure? Yes, there's pressure, but at least it's a pressure that's there today that you can do something about, versus a pressure that maybe will happen in the future and that will never really be a good thing.
And I wouldn't be alone in that case.
Exactly. Yeah, you wouldn't be alone, so they would support you in that. And look,
Yeah.
just like I said, they're not always going to support you the way you want, but that's when you become a man and stand up and say, look, you don't agree with me, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I still love you because I'm a leader here in this relationship and for myself. You'll have those moments. And those moments are beautiful moments where you also will have to deal with uncertainty there. because somebody who wants certainty and kids and all these things, hey, look, they might have a variety of different experiences there. But if you can love them while you do what's required of you, they'll respect you and love you still, and they'll know that you're not going to sell out on them just because you're doing what's required. And that's just part of knowing yourself to be a man that you know you already can be in the face of something that is still scary for you. That's what courage looks like. So, bottom line is, I think you got the leverage on yourself to make this decision.
Yes.
I think we've discovered, just out of diagnosing this, what the empowering alternative is, which is really what we're looking at now. And in order to get a good empowering alternative, we need to have something that will empower you where you were disempowered before, which I think we figured out. The only question I have for us, if you will, is if you went ahead and committed, if you went ahead and went all in on yourself and love and all these things, and you made what's first truly first, even if you don't feel it all the time, but you took certainty to it by saying, I'm going to do this.
Yes.
Let me ask you this first of all. How significant would you feel if you knew you did it and you had the courage to do it on a 0 to 10?
10.
Yeah. So at least in that moment, you'd have that, right? How much love would you feel? How connected would you feel, at least in the relationship and with her, if you made the decision, even though it's a little uncertain and you had the courage to do that? How would that feel between you and her?
I'd say very high, 9, 10. Yep.
Yeah, so a 9 and a 10 on love. So we got 9, 10 on certainty, 9, 10 on significance, 9 to 10 on love. That's definitely a lot of variety in that. I don't think we have to question, like, that's a new game for you, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be an adventure.
Yeah.
Say again?
Yeah, it would mean stepping up. I wouldn't need to be significant for love. I can just be significant and not worry about anything else and do it because I own it. And that would give me a sense of power and command that I don't have today. For sure.
Beautiful. And it's not the kind of power which it's like have money or achieve something. No. It's the kind of power that you'll have within yourself.
Yeah.
And it's not just a power like nothing can touch me. It's a vulnerable power. True power is where you're honest and where even though you're scared, you do it anyway, or you have courage. That's real power, is where you're human and you have power. Anybody can be a robot and act like they're powerful. There's no power in that. So the ultimate power is, I think, what you just described. So you got significance and love. The only question is certainty. So let me ask you this. Even though you don't know how it'll go, and you don't know what'll come of all this, and you know the general reason why this is the right decision for you, but you can't predict all of it, right? How could you be certain when you make a decision where the future is not?
I'd say one way for me, I'm an optimist, but also through faith. I'd say
beautiful.
Faith.
Just faith alone, because faith is just having certainty about something you can't see yet. You can just employ that emotion. That, by the way, is the alternative triad. I think we just figured out, because we figured out like the decision here and how it might meet needs, but your alternative triad is faith. And the reason why it is because remember we were talking about we have to be able to meet the need that the old thing met, like fear meets certainty, or it attempts to. So this was your model, is go into fear and be certain, right? Now your model could be, if you make this decision, is go into faith and be certain.
Yeah.
You can employ faith just as easily as you can employ fear. It takes a little courage to do it, but the decision we know is better and ecological for you overall, and having faith will give you certainty in that moment. By the way, in week 1, did you not like use your body in a way that felt certain at times, even though nothing had changed?
Yeah.
So the reality is, whether or not you use faith, which I think is great, an awesome way to do it, a great try to develop, to employ that more often. And by the way, don't you have to do that as an entrepreneur to achieve and give and grow and all this kind of stuff anyway?
This is the same thing. It's transferable.
Same thing.
Transferable.
Yeah, it's transferable. So this is a great muscle to build. And also, if you just put certainty in your body physically, you could feel certainty even when she doesn't. And by the way, she's going to need that from you at times,
Yeah.
because feminine energy, if we talk about masculine energy as a force of direction and feminine energy as, like an opening up and a filling up of life and experiencing things in every direction at once, which boggles men's minds, of course. But feminine energy is not about certainty. Feminine energy says, let's do this. Oh no, let's do that. Let's travel. Let's have kids. They're going to have a million ideas, and they are going to change their mind every 5 minutes, right? It's about experiences and thoughts and feelings and all sorts of craziness that, we don't, as masculine men, necessarily feel on a moment to moment basis. We can visit there, but we don't generally live there. And so she's going to need you as the certain man, as the rock, so to speak, so she can be free to be a woman, free to be feminine, and she knows she can count on you no matter what. That's what she's been begging you for this whole time.
Hmm.
And you haven't had it, so you went into fear to get it. If you go into faith to get it, and you can give that to her and be certain as you're relating to her, you're going to have a love and a femininity and a trust between you and her that, I'm not saying you haven't experienced it yet, but it'll be at a deeper level, would be my bet. Because that is going to have great passion, because she can be the feminine energy of craziness and fun and passion and excitement and inventions and creativity, and you can be the rock as the masculine energy in that equation. That's like, I'll do whatever it takes, and I'm committed, and I'm there, and I'm loyal, and I'm significant. You can have the certainty aspect of that. And with that, I mean, I don't know if you have to achieve all this beyond that, but even if you just had that in your life, you probably have a really fulfilling life as well. Do you get that? I mean, I know I threw a lot at you there in terms of the energies and how they might combine.
It's good. I'm dialed in. I got it all.
Really, really great. And by the way, in your voice right there, I heard a whole different level of, I don't even want to say confidence, but I heard certainty. What are you now? Why are you now feeling certain in the conversation? Like, what have you just discovered, or why are you able to feel certain now, even though you nothing's really changed other than that something's changed in you? I'm just curious, because I can hear that in your voice. I can see it in your body.
Yeah. I'd say feeling responsible, like um, making decisions. And this is something applicable for anything. Like
Yep.
I, one thought that comes to mind is that I'm one decision away from breakthroughs in whatever area. So
Yeah.
this would be relationships, but I can definitely see how this conversation can carry over, and I can, have breakthroughs in my health because of this conversation. I feel that. I sense that, because the same thing that was somewhat holding me back is unleashed. That's how it feels to me. It's like,
Yep.
okay, so this is in place. So what else do I need to get
Yeah, because you can
done?
achieve anything in that with that certainty there, because that was, like you said, it was the one thing that was actually holding you back. And I can understand because of what you've experienced so far.
Yeah.
But what your past and your biography and your ups and downs that you've experienced don't make your life. Who you are today makes your life, and the triad or the emotion or the spirit that you bring to it, that's awesome. So guys, notice we got some leverage, clearly. We can handle that. I think we found the empowering alternative, which is this faith triad, but also just feeling certain and then operating for love rather than significance, at least in your relationship, and really, really playing to that and making the commitment. And what you said, I think, was phenomenal, which I want to write this down because it's such a big piece, which is, responsibility. I mean, like a responsible man is dealing with all of this and owns it. And whether this is working out or not, he'll do what's necessary, and he'll have to employ faith in order to continue to be responsible. Because lack of responsibility will always generate fear. That's a man right there rather than a boy. A boy gets afraid. And by the way, I'm a responsible man, but I'm also a boy. I get afraid. I get uncertain, as you do, as any of us do. And there's that younger part of us that wants to stay alive and be protected and wants like a mother to love us rather than the way our lover would love us. Because a mom loves you no matter what, and she gives you certainty when you don't have any. And when you cry and you're uncertain, she'll take care of you. But a wife, although she'll put up with that every once in a while, she's not gonna fall in love with that man for long term, and she'll always question that. And she'll also question you to some extent and fight you a little bit because she wants certainty too, and she needs her man. So she'll love you as a boy, but she will worship you as a man. And when you step into that faith responsibility piece, that's the man showing up. But your boy has to be healed, and this was the issue, is the boy thinking that he wasn't enough and he didn't deserve love. And we all feel that sometimes, and we all kind of go back and become immature at times. But when we're responsible, we can't play that game because we know there's more at stake. Love is at stake. Your life with her is at stake. The kids are at stake. All the joy that you guys could share and give is at stake. There's too much at stake. You can't go back like that forever. You can just visit it every once in a while for a moment because you got hooked. But if you go into responsibility, you'll have to employ this new piece. So really great. I think we got the empowering alternative and how it'll actually meet needs because we went over all of that. So really great. Now all that's left is to condition it. So close your eyes. And what I'm going to ask you to imagine is, since you've kind of already made this decision, just imagine, forget about making the decision. You got that handled. Imagine sharing it. Imagine actually having the conversation with her. And see what actually occurs, not just when you tell her what you tell her and you share what you've experienced here or whatever, but actually imagine that you step into that faith triad in that conversation, that she can feel your faith. She can feel you maturing into the powerful, significant man that you are, that still loves, and he's vulnerable enough to give love even when it's not guaranteed because she's not your mom. And that you know that and you're willing to step up and be responsible like that. Just imagine yourself as that. And imagine how she responds to you in that moment of feeling you for the first time, the man that has appeared. Not the boy, but the man that stepped up. And then imagine what comes from that in your relationship. And I'm going to ask you to just take that faith and that responsibility forward to any of the challenges, any of the questions, any of the uncertainties that, we talked about it just now, all those different things. And just like picture each of those things happening, and then picture yourself being responsible and feel that faith as you do that. Feel the faith inside you, giving you the strength that you've always had, and now it's breaking free because you're sharing it and giving it to the people that love you unconditionally, and you're having faith about that and faith in yourself. And as you see each of those challenges, whether it's the kids or the travel or the balance or the time or the success and her needs and working all that out, see yourself stepping up as a responsible man who still wants his dreams and still will pursue those and won't let those go because you're an example of what's possible to you, your kids, your wife, and the people that you care about and that you coach. But also that you love them so much that you're willing to do whatever it takes as a faithful, responsible man. And see how they look up to you and see how they idolize you and see how they love you and see how they give you love at another level as a result of that. And feel all the love that brings you. Every challenge that you face getting stronger and stronger, more and more responsible, more and more empowered, more and more faithful, and more loved, because when you bring that to them, they know it's a gift that's priceless because they can then be that. Your kids can be faithful. Your kids can be responsible. Your wife can experience that in herself because she can experience it through you because you showed her that she can be certain because she can trust. She can have faith in you, even when she doubts herself. And take all the time you need to actually experience every single gift that really is significant to you, whether it's significance or love or faith or pride, knowing who you've become, and delivering that to your customers and that to your family and that to your friends and that to your kids and to yourself as well. Until you come to the end of that experience, whatever that is, whatever that victory is for you, knowing that you flat delivered, and you can really not just celebrate that, but know that you had to deliver for that, and the feeling of pride that you relied on yourself in that moment and delivered the things that you had to remind yourself that you had, because you've always had it, but it's easy to forget. Take all the time you need and enjoy it. And then once you've completed that process and you feel absolutely ready to make this decision, absolutely ready to share it, absolutely ready to get started on that life, just open your eyes and we'll know it.
That's good.
Woohoo! Amazing. I can see it in your face. All right, awesome. So that's conditioning, right? All we did was rehearse and rehearse and rehearse the new experience, this responsibility faith thing, and letting you actually, like look at the future and feel what it feels like to do that. Because now that you've done it once or twice or 3 times, it's going to be more natural for you to do it in real life. As we know, there's no difference between something you vividly imagine and something you actually do. And so you've already done it, at least in your own mind. How did that feel, by the way? I'm just curious before we move on.
Good. I take from this, I'd say if I could summarize it, it's a matter of integrity.
Yep.
From this standpoint, or where I stand today, in this state that I am in, there's so much power to doing the right thing in my heart, that my message, the people I'm around, and everything can have a real shot of being transformed because of the certainty I can bring in, and having it's also having people feel what it feels like to have a conversation with somebody who is walking the talk
Wow.
and has the courage to make the right decision.
That's beautiful. Brother, I got to tell you that when you say having the courage to make the right decision, like even when it's hard, like all that sounds like it's like a perfect example of responsibility. It's like just living it. So I think you totally embodied it right there. And thank you for being an example to us all of the courage that it takes to make transformation happen. We've covered 4 out of the 5 steps. Now, the last step, which is really what this was all about in the first place, is peer group. And so what are you going to do with your peer group? Like, what are you going to say? And we know who we're talking about here. What's the next step for you as far as transforming that relationship? Knowing what the past has been, which is fine, but knowing also what the future will now be, knowing who you've become. What's the conversation you need to have? What do you need to create?
When you say peer group, you mean like conversations that will arise as a result of this?
Yeah, because here's the thing. Your closest peer is her at this point, right? She's
Yeah.
she's your most intimate peer group member that has a great impact on you.
Yep.
But she's also shown up initially because of this dilemma, like almost like an opponent, like you guys are kind of fighting a little bit.
Yep.
So there's been a push and a pull between you guys based upon your own fear certainty thing. And now
Yep.
with faith giving you certainty and taking responsibility and stepping up at that level and being an amazing like example of what's possible there,
Yep.
there's some real transformation that's available in that relationship as a result of that. Plus, like you said, your whole goal was to make this decision. And so part of the decision is just feeling it, and I think you got that. But part of the decision actually happening is committing or talking or sharing, so
Yep.
she gets who you are for her now, because who you've been for her in the past has been a sweet boy that has a lot of potential, but she wasn't certain about you either. That's why
Yeah.
this was challenging in some ways.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is, how can you share who you've now become that she can expect who you are? That'll truly transform the way you guys are with each other too.
Yeah, yeah, I think it will make a massive difference. I'm gonna talk with her, and we're likely to do many things this weekend. But it changes in my mind the way I show up and the certainty that I bring. And you know, I'm excited right now because it. I think the most important thing that I rescued, if I may say rescued,
Sure.
is the relationship I have with myself.
Wow.
That's I'd say that will make the difference for it all. That's the one thing that I believe I got from this, and it will transform the relationship. But also, next things, I'm inspired to have more conversations around businesses, around things, decisions I've been putting off. It just doesn't feel right, because it wouldn't be in alignment with what I just experienced. I need to be making bold decisions that I've been putting off, and that fear is the same thing that has been holding me back in different areas of my life. And there's no guarantees, but I can have faith. I get that. It makes sense to me, and I'm a man of God, so that resounds. I can relate to that. So I'm super excited about this. I feel certain, and I feel the right kind of certainty. Um,
Nice.
it comes from the right place. It's not
Oh, that's beautiful.
induced state and
So,
that's it. It seems like something that will sustain.
so the question was
Yeah.
about this relationship.
Yes.
So my question for you, I'll restate it, maybe in a
Yes.
different way,
Yeah.
is how are you going to transform that relationship now? In other
Yeah.
words, and more specifically, I'll give you a little bit of guidance on this.
Yes.
Who are you going to now be for her that you haven't been in the past?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'd say it was a half-ass love, because I guess
Yes,
also fear of going all in, because if I'm making this choice, how can I commit? So she will sense that love for sure. So being a loving man, being also vulnerable and open, uh,
mm,
like I've been with you guys, with her, with no fear, knowing that the kind of love I want in my life will have that and more, and be open
nice.
and partner up. That to a certain extent, I felt this distance of she measuring as I was measuring up. She was like maybe maintaining certain distance,
Yes,
because I believe there's maybe a part of her that doesn't give in completely, because she senses that.
that's
And
exactly right.
the me uh, giving myself completely would definitely make a difference on how she's showing up, and I think it could be a world of a difference.
Wow.
I
So let
think.
me ask you this.
Yeah.
Think from her perspective now. What is I mean, I think that's truly what she needs from you.
Yeah.
What does she need to hear that would help her understand that most importantly? Like what do you need to tell her now that would truly represent what you just said? Cuz I'm on board with that 100%. I get what
Yeah.
you're saying. How are you going to communicate that to her?
I think it's in a short phrase, it would be something along the lines of we're in it together. You know
Wow.
that
It's beautiful.
that would be the short way of phrasing it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
If she I think from the sounds of all of this, if she knows that she can really count on you and you're going to be there for her no matter what, you will you will have the best chance of her not holding back because that was just fear about whether you did or whether you were really there, and she's got to have that from you. And the bottom line is that, again, in a relationship setting, and this is kind of more relationship coaching at this point,
Yeah.
um, if you aren't if she doesn't feel that she can count on you over the long term and know that even when ups and downs happen and when she's crazy or when things aren't great or whatever, that if she doesn't think she can truly count on you to still be there no matter what and that you're going to really care for her for forever, so to speak,
Yes.
then there's no possibility of that relationship really being what it could be.
I
Not
agree.
because it's still not two people that love each other, but because she can never feel that sense of safety where she could truly open to you. And when that happens, like I said, that'll be your reward, right? But you can't wait for that her to deliver the reward. You're the leader here. You're the leader in this relationship. Not because she can't have a say, or I mean truly, like there's so many different ways that she's already led you in so many ways, right?
Yes.
But at this point you got to take the wheel and drive this thing home and say, yes, this is it. Let's do it. We're in this together, like you said. And when she really gets that from you, the bottom line is nothing's gonna nothing's gonna break you guys apart, because she'll show up in the way that you really dream of, because you have to go first
Yeah.
as the masculine force in this relationship, because the masculine energy initiates. It's like throwing an arrow, right?
Yeah.
And the feminine energy receives that energy, right? And this feminine energy doesn't always open to that. It might be guarded. It's like a little shy, right? But
Yeah.
that's why you've got to go first, is because her job is not to like give you certainty and be fully open. Your job as the man is to open her, to show her the path that you choose to take for her and for you. And that we're in it together is a great way to start that conversation. And if you take responsibility for that, the rest is going to show up, because she's going to reciprocate like crazy, and you will have a whole different experience of her, would be my bet, over time as well. Does that make sense? Any questions about that? Because I know that's a lot to swallow, probably.
That's great. No, no, no.
All right.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you again.
Absolutely. And thank you for really playing full out with this, because you did not hold back. And that's what was needed in that relationship, was somebody that didn't hold back, and you just played full out in this whole process. So really fantastic. Awesome work. Guys, let's go. Make sense what happened with Paco? He had to work out how he was meeting needs, with whether they were empowering, what I call triads or emotions, or disempowering triads and emotions, and then work through the consequences of that. That was that leverage portion, where we were looking at the worst consequences of not making the decision and what that would be like for him. You could see the look on his face. I mean, he was in such pain as a result of that. And it's like, once you're going through that kind of pain, you never want to go back there. And then he was super open to making a transformation in how he was going to approach things. And then we just needed to reinforce it, visualize and imagine, experience it, to the point where now this is going to be a positive motivation for him to move forward with that relationship, make real commitments, and put himself on the line here and be responsible. And that approach to coaching, what I call strategy coaching, which is working within the realm of how somebody thinks about and operates in their mind, that creates either empowerment or limitation in their life or their relationships. In this case, that's just a small example of one of the strategic approaches, one of the what I call disciplines of coaching that you learn within Master Coach University. So let's talk about Master Coach University. How does it work? So first, there's a couple stages in the process of working at a mastery level with us in Master Coach University. The first stage is the certification stage. This is where you actually learn your coaching skills and you get certified from us. We do provide those certifications. Then second, there's the business training stage. This is where you're learning the business of coaching. We want to make sure you have a modicum of coaching skills before you expect to just like get rolling perfectly in your business. So there's business trainings that we take you through, where we really hold your hand in getting started with your first sessions and your first clients, really scaling up offline and then taking it online and scaling up online as well. And then finally, there's the application stage. And this is a really special stage. This is where you're eligible for, in the Platinum Mastery program at least, to get mentoring directly from me, where after you've been certified, after you've been trained, after you've already probably gotten some clients and gotten things rolling, by that time, is to work with me, like literally one-on-one, to apply everything you've learned directly in your coaching business and in your coaching to raise the game. Because you can know a bunch of stuff, you can have a lot of knowledge, you can have a lot of passion, but if you're not applying everything you learned fully, and it's challenging to do that. You can learn something theoretically and not like use it immediately, right? You got to go do this stuff. So I'm here to hold your hand through the application portion of your tenure in Master Coach University. Even after you got your diploma, even after you've been trained, I'm really there for life, but for a concerted period of time, for about 6 months or so, we'll work together one-on-one, if you're in Platinum Mastery with me to apply. So, and regardless, we're always there for you beyond the application stage as well. So when things come up, opportunities, challenges, questions, we're there to field them. We're there to support you. And our community, of course, is there for you as well. So what's included in all of that? First of all, and by the way, I just want to clarify as well that, if you've ever been to a university or you've been to, a trade school, something like that, chances are, you learned some things you needed, and maybe you got a certificate that you needed in order to go to the next level or have a certain job or something. But you think that experience left something to be desired? I can tell you my personal experience in working with most of our students that take just typical academic classes, that it does. The reality is that most institutions nowadays, most of the academic world can't really keep up with what's happening in modern society business-wise and what's happening especially in the coaching world, in this profession. You don't take college courses most of the time on, advanced internet marketing, messaging strategy, and most colleges don't have coaching divisions or coaching degrees yet that they give out. So when I first started training coaches, I didn't do it because I wanted to be, in the coaches training business. That wasn't my MO, right? I mean, my practice was exploding at the time. I had some joint venture partners that were bringing me thousands of clients, and we were working with Fortune 10 companies, and I needed to train other coaches to do what I did. So I asked this one question. I remember the day I was walking down the street, and I knew that I had a class of coaches that I needed to teach coaching. I wanted to make sure they did a really good job for our clients. And so I asked this question: how do I train the best coaches in the world? How do I train the best coaches in the world? And I remember, having been a student of Tony Robbins, hearing him tell me, Jeff, a lot of people learn in a lot of different ways, but if you just learn through knowledge alone, you don't really learn. So that you have to have some knowledge, but you got to go to the next level beyond knowledge. The real way that people learn is by doing. They learn experientially. And ultimately, then they learn through getting feedback. Because you could do something again and again and again and keep kind of banging your head in the same brick wall, and that's a little bit of feedback, hopefully, for you right there. But without really somebody there to tell you how you're doing and what to do better, you may not get better. You may not really learn. And so one level of learning is just learning through knowledge. Next level is learn by doing. But the level higher than that is, hey, you got to get feedback. You got to learn what you're doing well and what you're not doing so well. And ultimately, apprenticeship, where somebody's holding your hand while you're doing it. It's like you're the carpenter and I'm holding your hand with a hammer and nail, so you hammer the perfect nail, right? So that makes a master. And so the reason why the mastery program works so well and why we have so many master coaches that have started in Master Coach University and have gotten their coaching diplomas from Master Coach University and have gotten their ICF credentials through the training in Master Coach University, is that they do that. They, in all of this training process that you'll go through, you're not just reading a book, you're not just watching a video, you're not just, being dazzled by information, right? You actually do everything that you learn. So that is really important to understand, that if you just want something where it's entertaining and informational, the master program's not for you, chances are. This program is for those that want to master their craft. They want to master their business. They want to master their coaching. And they're committed to do what it takes to do that. And what I've found that it takes is not just learning by reading a book or watching a video. It's learning through doing it and doing it and doing it. So in these immersion trainings, you learn through doing. And we have very immersive environments where within about 8 to 13 weeks, you're surrounded by your fellow coaches, about 10 to 20 coaches or so, usually within an immersion training for that period of time, and you're spending 10, 15 hours a week coaching. You're just in the coaching world. You're immersed, if you will. And then so when we throw you in the deep end, you usually learn to swim pretty quickly. It's not always the most comfortable process, but it works. And so when you do that, the next level is that you get feedback. You get feedback from every client that you coach. We give you 3 to 5 clients in every immersion training. They score you on every single session. They kind of grade you on it and what you did well, what you can improve. And you learn from that. Like, what am I doing that's working? What am I doing that's not working? Most clients that pay you won't even give you that kind of feedback, right? So your skill set just goes through the roof, just exponentially increases as a result. That's really why it works. It's getting that feedback and getting the coaching, on your business, that really makes the difference. And so beyond that, really, there's just 3 more keys that are a part of the mastery program. Outstanding role models. We have the best coaches that you'll be learning from and showing you exactly how it's done before we expect you to do it. Total immersion, like you're doing it in a short period of time rather than just waiting years to get the skill set. And then ongoing what Tony Robbins used to call spaced repetition, which is basically just ongoing action. That you don't just stop after 1, you do 12, you do 13, you do 100, and by the time you're there, you're a practitioner. You have the strength and the ability and the confidence from experience, not because you have some certificate, not because you have some theory or idea, but because you literally have lived it. That's what a master is. It's not necessarily the sexiest thing. It's not necessarily the most dazzling thing, but it's how you actually achieve mastery. So we work with coaches that are up to that. So you want to be surrounded by coaches like that, this is the program for you. If not, it's not going to be a comfortable environment. So it's an intense environment. We turn up the heat, and then like popcorn, you pop. Then you have the breakthroughs that it takes to become a master of your coaching, master your coaching business, and ultimately mastering what it takes to change lives and change the world in the positive way in whatever area you're really focused on. So we talked about these 3 different stages. I want to talk to you just for a second, a little bit more detail about these immersion trainings. So inside of these immersion trainings, and again, we have a full immersion training on just strategy coaching, inner and outer game strategy, how to reprogram people from the inside out, how to rewire their heart and their soul, because the emotions, the mindsets, that dictates their actions, it dictates their performance, it dictates what kind of results they ultimately get. But also working with them on an external strategy, like the best strategies for health, the best strategies for fitness, the best strategies for energy, best strategies for finances, best strategies for business, best strategies for career. It's all covered inside of that immersion training. And then in assessment coach training, like we talked about, you're going to learn how to read psychographic profiles. And then instantly, just within like 5-10 seconds of seeing somebody's graph, you'll understand things about them that you might never discover in just a regular coaching relationship unless you just automatically knew the right question to ask. And that helps you take shortcuts, so to speak, by leaps and bounds to accelerate the results you get with your clients because you're clear and they understand where they are and where they need to go. And then finally, accountability. Accountability is the missing ingredient in most coaching relationships. Like they know strategy and they know I got to transform and they understand themselves and they've got all these aha moments, but then they don't do anything with it. It's like if your client doesn't do anything about it, they're going to just end up right where they left off before. That's where accountability coaching comes in. And in fact, this semester, we're just about to start accountability immersion training. We're starting Monday, next week. And what's going to happen with those students is they will take more action than they've taken probably their entire life. And the reason is because they're working with all these accountability coaches that are holding them accountable for getting off their butt and doing it. I mean, it's just the most inspiring environment I've ever seen in any training, including the ones that we run, at least in terms of real results, real measurable results. So you want to generate measurable results for your clients, master these 3 disciplines. Accountability is not something you can step over or skip. You've got to include that accountability ingredient. So these are the 3 disciplines that you master over a period of about, 18 to 24 months or so. And it's about 8 to 13 weeks in each immersion training. And by the time you're done with that 8-week, that 10-week process, whatever it is, you've got a level of mastery in that particular discipline, because not only have you learned everything you can need to learn on that particular discipline, you've seen it demonstrated, and we've been in training sessions live where we've worked together on it, and I've held your hand in what you could do to improve your particular art in that particular coaching methodology, but you've been practicing it for weeks with not just one client, not just 2 clients, 3, 4, 5 clients, and they're all scoring you and they're all telling you what you can do better. So you could start out with some pretty crappy coaching, and then 2, 3, 4 weeks later, you're a whole different coach. By the end of the program, you're a master at some level. Then you've got time off between immersion trainings, because we only do one of these each semester. So you've got 3, 4 months to go out and actually like flex your muscles, like spread your wings, and use that particular methodology, that particular discipline, and integrate it with what you do naturally already as a coach. So once you've kind of integrated that particular discipline, then you move on to another discipline, you integrate that eventually. So that's why we do it this way. We space them out so you have a chance to immerse and master, and then go utilize in the real market, in the true market, so that you can develop a program that leverages every one of these disciplines. Because if you're just a great accountability coach, that's nice. It's better than nothing. You're probably going to be an amazing force for good in the world. If you're just a great strategy coach, that's cool. I know a lot of them. But when you combine all 3 of these disciplines together in one coach or one program that you might develop, I mean, your clients will never meet someone who's going to be as valuable to them as you will be. You will be the penultimate coach for them, depending on the niche, right? And you'll be irreplaceable. You'll be priceless, and you will be unheard of in their life. That's the promise of mastering these 3 disciplines. So if I can get the slide to change here. By the way, we don't expect that you're just going to walk into these disciplines with confidence and mastery of the minutia in a discipline. So what we do within each discipline is we give you step-by-step processes to follow, and then we give you within each step a roadmap. So these are in the form of flow charts, as you can see. And so each flow chart takes you through a particular step in the strategy or the accountability or the assessment coaching process, and it gives you decision nodes. It gives you like specific conversations, like frameworks to cover during the session. It gives you kind of a paint by numbers approach. Now, this is not the end all be all. I don't advise that this is the way you should be coaching for the rest of your life, but I want to make sure that you're able to be a good copy of greatness in each of these disciplines, and then you become creative and you have total freedom in expressing these disciplines with whatever your style tends to be. So the reason why we put these together is twofold. Number one is I didn't understand consciously even what I was doing as a master of accountability and a master of strategy coaching. I knew the steps, but I didn't know all the nuanced frameworks inside those conversations. And I didn't understand how they led to one another. I just did it unconsciously. You never do something like that where you can't even remember how you learned to do it. Now you just do it and you're just masterful at it. People look at it and they're like, wow, how can you do that? And you're like, I don't even know. I was in that space. And of course, I'm here responsible for teaching our students how to master this stuff. I'm like, how am I going to teach them if I don't even know how I do it? So it was pretty excruciating, but I took years to think through and look at the best sessions I've run, each domino in the process, each decision I made in the process, and all the variables in those processes. And I built from those flowcharts that you see in front of you right now. It's just a couple of them. We've got tons of them in each step in each of these disciplines. And then what I did is I created a training within a video context, so you can actually watch me holding your hand through the scripts and through the details and through the frameworks for each of these nodes, each of these decisions, each of these kind of points of conversation, so that when you're in that stage, you've already been trained on what eliciting a cause looks like, what a detective inquiry looks like, right? What a pivot looks like, right? And what the words are that you use, right? Because you've been through that training. So then what you could do is when you're in a coaching session, you can actually watch, keep your eye on these frameworks, keep your eye on the flow chart, so to speak. And because you're trained in each part, hey, first thing I gotta do is listen to cover up. I remember how to do that because I've been trained. I know what to say, I know what to ask. Okay, great, now we move on, right? And you kind of know where you are on the map to the completion of that step. And once you've completed each of the steps in that particular discipline, boom, you're going to create breakthroughs for any client that you work with, no matter what the niche or what they're trying to learn or what their outcome is or their problem is. It just works universally, right? So this is here to give you a place on the map and a paint by numbers approach. And then on top of that, detailed, nuanced training around every conversation you'll have. So then you can even take a conversation out of this particular flowchart out of context and just have that conversation with somebody just on its own, if that's what you want to do. But at least you see how it comes together to produce the ultimate result. And you can do it without having to be super intuitive about it. Because when you first start doing something, you're probably not going to do it with a ton of intuition. Intuition comes from higher level functioning in the brain, right? The way we learn is we do it consciously for a while, and we have to take it step by step. It's painstaking, right? We have to be guided. But eventually we do that 2, 3, 4, 50 times. Eventually it's like, I don't even have to think about this anymore. I'm just doing it. Because at that point, those same repetitive functions they've gravitated up the cognitive hierarchy, if you will. Does that make sense? And so once you're at that level in the cognitive hierarchy, you could do it in your sleep. You could do it unconsciously. That's intuition. So now you just intuitively ask these questions. You intuitively move through that part of the conversation without even thinking that much about it. Right? But first we want to make sure you could do it paint by numbers, hold your hand while you're doing it. We're talking kindergarten level, like really simple and really straightforward. But once you've done that 5, 10 times, then you no longer need the flow chart. Then you no longer need all those scripts or all those frameworks. Then you don't need the words or the questions because it's part of your resident higher cognitive memory. And then you just get in a great state of mind. And we show you how to do that too. We got a flow chart not a flow chart, but we have a process for getting into the optimal state of mind so you're in high performance mode. And then it just flows through you. And it becomes effortless to produce those results. I don't have to work that hard to coach because I went through the painstaking process of going through every single word and every single conversation, every single question, and the impact of that, and doing it right and doing it wrong and doing it right and doing it wrong, to the point where it's like, I don't even have to think because my intuition guides me. I can let myself be guided by that. But it usually doesn't start out that way. And I'm not saying don't use intuition. I'm saying build intuition through structure, and then you no longer need the structure. Mastery is built on structures, on top of structures, but also is free from structures. So unfortunately, what a lot of coaches want to do is they just say, well, I just want to skip right to mastery and have no structure because that's what mastery looks like. Well, the masters that got to no structure, they had structure to get there, right? So we've given you that structure here. That's why we built it this way. So that's part of the coaching skills side. Let's talk about the business side. So there's 2 different major trainings that we include in this part, this kind of specialty inside of the mastery program. The first one is the 5-day internet coaching client machine retreat. This is actually set up as a retreat. And the whole outcome here is to build your client machine and master marketing to attract coaching clients. This is where you build the interest and the excitement so people want to work with you. And then ultimately they get into a session with you and bam, you got them enrolled. And there's really just 5 days involved with this. And we set it up as a retreat because guess what? People don't do it when you just teach them the stuff, in Memorex form. We actually set up a retreat where you got to show up to the retreat. They're done on the weekend, so you can have your day job and you can still make it through each day of the retreat. And it's 5 separate days of work. And through this process, you learn the different parts of the machine. There's about 6, 7 different parts, and we teach them in those 5 days. And then we work with you on it. We coach you on your version of that because everything is personalized during kind of a central hot seat webinar. And then the rest of the day, the afternoon, you have a couple assignments to execute on what you learned. And then once you've done that for 5 days, and they're not in a row, again, it's a couple weeks apart for each one. Once you've done that, you've built your internet client machine for the first time. But you've also done something way more valuable. You've built the skill sets. You built the ability to do that with any niche in any service business, including coaching, especially coaching, obviously. So in these 5 days, the first day you get clear on, you pick, and then you also research your niche. So you really understand and have empathy for that niche before you even start. That gives you insights that you need. If you don't have those insights, you can't build an internet client machine, because the messaging, all of the ways to actually generate funnels of clients, we get about 300-400 new clients every month that come into our database, so that we actually get to relate to them and work with them and help them and do webinars with them and stuff like that. And it's the reason why we're able to do that is partially because of the technology, partially because of the messaging and what we're about to cover, but I have enough insight about that marketplace so that we can do that. So you got to generate insights around that niche. Then we show you how to write the offers, actually how to write the words, because in a website or in a video or in an invite or in an ad, words are the form of communication we have to use. And it's not live verbal, but it can be in a video form or it can be in a written form. So you actually write your copy for your offers, and you set that up in day 2. And then in day 3, we work with you on delivering whatever offer you set up. And usually this is a freebie offer that actually creates an incentive so that you get leads for coaching. That's the one thing that most coaches don't have enough of. And this generates interest. If you can deliver on something you offer to somebody who's a total stranger, now they're interested. That's all you want out of this. You're not trying to get a client yet, just trying to get them interested. But who's gonna be the ones that you can actually offer this to? Well, you've got to get traffic. So we cover traffic and social on day 4 and 5. These are 2 major forms of traffic, and this generates the attention that you need. If I can't get your attention online, I'm not going to get your interest. If I can't get your interest, I'm not going to get you as a client, right? So it goes attention, interest, and then free sessions. But we flip that on its head and we reverse engineer it in the 5 days of work we're doing here. Because first you gotta get some insight, and then we work on how do we get them interested? How do we get them to opt in? How do we get their contact info? And then who are we gonna draw? What audience are we gonna build? We could actually farm from that audience the people we can get interested enough so that we can work with them. And what I can tell you is that my experience of actually using this framework within 5 days, 6 days, let's say, you could build something that will fill your practice with clients. You'll have more clients you know what to do with. The reason why I have not just a faculty at Master Coach University, but coaches working under me, so to speak, or within my company, JTS Advisors, is because I've generated more clients than I have a full calendar of clients, but I got coaches that got full calendars of clients as well, because we understand these frameworks and we have partners that understand them as well. And we've leveraged them to produce real business results. So 100 clients a year is about what we usually work with. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. I work usually about 40, 50 hours a week. At one point, this is a couple of years ago, I tracked my time to figure out exactly how much am I working. And we generate 10 to 20,000 a month every single month from that amount of work. So I'm pretty happy with that particular equation. And I'm always hungry for more, and I'd always love to see even more. We see a lot of our students do even more than this, do even better than this. They have less complicated businesses than mine, but I let my passion lead me sometimes. We have 12 coaches and a sales team all around the world, and we ran, in the last 30 days, about 95 paid sessions, and last year we signed up 189 free sessions over that period, that trailing 12 months, and that was pretty much all online. So why to do this and why to actually learn this part of the coaching business is that it gives you more time for coaching, because now you're not just chasing after clients. You've automated a lot of the client getting part of the process, and you can reach the world. Like anybody who speaks your language, you can reach. We have students and clients right now that are working with us. They're in South Africa, that are in the UK, that are in Asia, they're in South America, they're in Central America, they're in Canada. I haven't been to a lot of those places. I mean, some of them I have been, but I'm not exactly like directly marketing there. I haven't traveled there to get those clients. They found us because they're a world market online. So you can reach the world. Talking about changing the world. On top of that, you can make it more effortless to get clients. and only talk to people who want your coaching because they're interested before they actually get a session with you. And there's no need to push that. You can just give and be generous, that altruist flywheel that we talked about, and it turns into business. This is actually, AG has become a partner of ours over the last couple of years. He runs a company called Movement Makers now, and he leverages our coaches for his program. We're basically his coaching team. He's a retired poker player. He learned coaching through us at Master Coach University. In 2 years, he generated 6 figures with his first particular online business model, and he used his coaching client machine that he built through us and the work that we did. You'll actually see him in some of the recordings from our first event that we did around this to build his seminar speaking business. You can see him there at a big keynote that he was doing at one of his events. So Thomas is a great example. Thomas is one of our more successful online coaches. He's in the UK, and he started actually doing like meetups, which I wouldn't call an online strategy, but if you look at Thomas's online business, he uses the advertising to free session model that we just talked about here. And last time I worked with Thomas, I think his report to me was that he was doing more than $20,000 a month in his average month. All he does is one-on-one coaching. He doesn't do groups. He doesn't have a bunch of he's not he doesn't do like big group programs or trainings. He doesn't have products. He's a coach. And he was coaching face-to-face in the UK, actually, with executives and business owners until COVID came, and then now he's doing it on Zoom. But, I mean, he's a high-ticket coach. He's doing everything that we asked him to do. He's probably one of our better students in terms of just following all these curriculum that we are talking about here. Results speak for themselves. 30-plus clients, international trainer. That was just the time that we actually built that slide. He's gone way beyond that at this point. Janine's a great example. She actually was an actress when she started coaching. She was trying to coach to make some extra money. When she learned how to set up her business online, she got 18 clients, and she was actually featured in the New York Times article. This was in 2013. And her online business is tremendously successful. She coaches a contestant on Project Runway. At this time, when we put the slide together, she was only 20. I think she's in her 30s now. But she was featured in the New York Times as a very successful, actually at the time, very young coach. Now, online is great. And I definitely, it's not a panacea, but I love the model. But a lot of coaches need to build that business over time, and they need a little bit of money to bankroll it. So I put together a program called Effortless Enrollment Mastery to make sure that even when you're not online, even when you're not yet an internet guru, that you can make clients show up. You can make it rain. So the Effortless Enrollment Mastery program makes enrolling clients effortless without being a platform speaker or internet guru. Those are really great ways to leverage into a lot of clients, but not everybody's going to be either of those things. So we want to make sure that you can generate as many clients as you want relatively effortlessly with nothing but a phone and a little bit of transportation within your local community. And so how do you do that? Well, you've got to create a cycle. We were talking about the flywheel before. Think of this almost like that. Like you start out just getting a couple clients, and it's not easy to do that. It's not effortless by any means, but then you got to maximize value. You've got to make sure that there's tremendous value in the coaching that you offer. Then you've got to gather proof. And now this is a key step that most coaches miss. They've given a lot of value, but they didn't really get the testimonial. They didn't do a case study on their client. They didn't gather proof that what they did works for people. So once you've gathered proof, it's much easier to get clients because now your proof speaks for itself. The testimonials speak for themselves. The case studies speak for themselves. Your effort starts to go down, and then you get more clients. Now, guess what happens? You want to keep doing this cycle. You get more clients, you maximize value for them, you gather more proof, effort goes down again, you get more clients. Eventually, now look, the first, second, third, fifth time you do this cycle, first year or two, it's probably not effortless. It may be getting easier, but it's not perfect by any means. But eventually, there will be a point, I can promise you. I experienced this maybe 7, 8 years into the business, and I had to kind of figure all this out. Nobody was teaching me what I'm going to be teaching you over a very short period of time. So it took me years just to figure it out because I was just learning by trial and error. But about 8 to 10 years into my coaching business, I experienced clients coming in without any work, without any effort whatsoever. And it's because I did this cycle. It wasn't just because I was doing business online. I was getting a lot of offline clients, and we still get offline clients exactly this way. So that is the big picture of it. This is something that's real that could work for any coach if they actually maximize the value, gather proof. It gets easier to get clients every time, because when you're just have no proof, you have no evidence of success, and you're just claiming you can help somebody, well, they're like, well, you're the one I'm going to pay, so you're a little biased, right? But when the people you've helped can say that they've been helped, when their testimonials and case studies speak for you, now you don't have to say it. It's a lot more believable, and there's less kind of push, there's less effort involved in having somebody actually become a paying client. This is what Thomas and Hal and most of our best students have utilized, at least initially, before they went online or started speaking, as a lever for them. So in order to do that cycle, you got to achieve a certain amount of emotional mastery. It takes some emotional maturity, resilience, and motivation to just keep this ball rolling. You also need to achieve a certain amount of commitment and leadership mastery. If you're not much of a leader for people, it's kind of hard to become a coach for them, because coaches are leaders, right? It's a leadership profession. You also need to master enrollment. Enrollment is a part of the process. So you have an entire module on that. You also need to, of course, master maximizing the value that you give. That's pretty critical, right? Because that's part of the cycle. And then you need to master leveraging past clients. Meaning once somebody completed coaching with you and you've really added the value, you still need to leverage that relationship in some ways that are very specifically going to bring it back full circle so that you can make enrolling clients effortless. And finally, you got to master referral and follow-up mastery. So those are the areas you've got to kind of achieve, if you will. You also need your own game plan for client getting, so you can consistently track and follow through on the actions that are lifeblood of your coaching business. So what we do at the beginning of Effortless Enrollment Mastery is we give you a plan. We track back what you want to make in income to how many clients that is, depending on what you're going to charge, how many free sessions you need to run, and then how much prospecting you need to do. We etch it all out, and you put it in a weekly game plan so you know exactly what it takes to run your business. Most coaches that we work with can actually generate a full practice of clients out of about 3 to 5 hours of real work per week. If you're not including the coaching and the sessions that they're running, right? So it's not a lot of work involved at this. There is some work, but it's not as much as you might imagine, as long as you're willing to do it. And so you got a game plan. It shows exactly what to do with those hours. And there's 6 domains to master. There's emotional and leadership, which we just talked about, those areas. And these constitute the foundation. Now, you may already be a master of your emotions. You may already be a master of commitment and leadership. Mazel tov, if that's the case. Most coaches that we train are not. And so we have these modules available so that if you're not yet an emotional, amazing emotional genius and have resilience and flexibility and performance levels that are, astronomical, you can actually design those for yourself within that module. If you're not a committed leader yet, or you're not flexing your leadership muscles in the world, and you don't feel like you're really the perfect leader yet, we have an entire module it's basically a leadership program, just in and of itself. It's a very extensive module. It's one of the more challenging ones, actually. It's not a natural thing for people to show up as leaders on day one. But you can become a leader over time. And we show you exactly what actions to take and how it works, and the mechanics of leadership within that module. And then again, we talked about mastering enrollment. This is the client getting part. This is the part that most other programs will talk about. Is hey, here's how to get clients. It's a lot more to getting clients than just enrollments. But obviously, generating an audience, turning those people into free sessions, scheduling those free sessions, and then having a free session that turns people into paying clients if they're at all a fit. That's pretty important. We show you all the different models for doing that within that domain. And then we cover maximizing the value, of course, and that's where you got to add value. And then finally, we cover the post-client referral modules or mastery areas where you leverage that into getting proof. The best new client you'll ever get is a referral. Somebody who comes to you because your client told them to. They said, look, Jeff's the best coach. You got to work with him. Call him. And then they call you. It's like they're going to be a paying client, chances are. That's proof for you right there as a pure referral. But there's other forms of proof, and we cover them in those in modules 5 to 6. So that's effortless enrollment, and that's the cycle. We actually teach you how to use each of those mastery areas to generate the cycle for yourself so you can get that flywheel going. And Julianne did exactly that. She went through effortless enrollment. And I remember when Chris was working with Julianne, and he said she's tripled her monthly deposits. She was a weight loss coach. She was already pretty successful. She wasn't a new coach when she worked with us. And we worked with her on the niche strategy and then just going to town with effortless enrollment, basic effortless enrollment strategies. She tripled her coaching income within 120 days. Gerard worked with Chris as well. This is not, he didn't directly work with me in effortless enrollment, and Chris is on our faculty and staff. You'll meet him if you're in the mastery program. Gerard got up to 33 paying clients within, I think it was like a year. His fees are approaching about $300 a month per client. And he got so many clients. I mean, when you get to the 30 or 40 clients, you start employing other coaches. And so he really turned this into a veritable coaching business. So that's really what's included in Master Coach University. You'll get training manuals for each of these domains that we just talked about inside of the immersion trainings, inside of effortless enrollment, and inside of the Internet Coaching Client Machine. Nowadays, these CD sets are downloads online, but if you're in Platinum Mastery, we literally still send you CDs if you want to use them. And then if you're in certain levels of the Mastery program, Platinum specifically, you'll get a video iPod that has all the materials right there on a single iPod, along with quick reference cards, so that as you learn this stuff, the most important material is like, it's really at your fingertips, right? So when you're practicing your coaching or when you're getting clients, boom, you use your quick reference cards. It guides you through the protocols that you need in order to run your business. It's kind of like its own mobile operations manual for your coaching business. You really run the business from anywhere, obviously. You get tons of online resources, hundreds of hours of video trainings and downloads and everything you could possibly need for each of these areas, of course. And then we give you thousands of dollars of extras. All of our basic trainings are included in the mastery program. So if you want to go through the boot camp that we talked about, get those first paying clients. If you want to go through certification training, which is pretty advanced, but it's kind of a crash course in everything that we talk about within these 3 disciplines, you've got access to that. You know, in fact, you'll be at a leadership level within those programs, so you'll have a chance to lead other coaches in the process if you choose to, kind of learning by serving clients alongside me and working with us in some of our more basic programs. You do need to apply if you're going to be a part of this program, and we are starting next week within the next immersion training that is going on. We actually are in orientation week right now. So this train is leaving the station. It's an opportunity that will not stick around. I mean, you can apply at any time, but we only have certain enrollment periods where we allow clients, we allow students in simply because these trainings are live. They're not just some Memorex thing that you buy a bunch of videos and don't do anything. You'll have a cohort that you're a part of, and you'll go through these courses, these trainings, and these experiences with fellow master coaches that you'll be elbow to elbow with virtually nowadays on Zoom. So you do need to apply for this. So here's how to apply. Just go to becomeamastercoach.com/certification. I will put that in the chat, so it's easy to access here. And then just download an application. Currently, we don't have a easy form fill application, but I'm sure we will soon enough for that. So you'll have to do it old school. But there's an application that you can get online. And you can also just wait until we open. If we haven't opened it yet for you, it'll be emailed to you when we're open for applications to the public. But I would suggest doing it as soon as possible to kind of beat the rush. And if you want to make sure also that you just have support on applying, or just kind of take the shortcut to the front of the line, then here's how you can do it. You can contact Dr. Corner. She's my current associate dean. She's created a lot of the advanced content and materials that we utilize in Master Coach University. You probably see a lot of emails from her. I just put her contact information in the chat as well. And you can just reach directly out to her and tell her that you're ready to roll, and she'll work with you on making sure that your application is accepted. We work with students on financial aid packages and make sure that their tuition plan is something that's workable for their finances if that's something that you need help with. Colette's the perfect person to talk to around that. So that is what's available in Master Coach University in the Mastery Program. If that's something that you want to master, if getting this coaching business not just started, but having it flourish and 6 figures or beyond, or ultimately just changing the world in a really quality and in-depth way, helping your clients solve their problems and really wake up to a new life, if that's what you're after, this is the place to do it. It's a very addictive reward. It's something that once you start doing it, the juice of that will get you. You won't want that to stop. Once you feel the power and connection that brings, I think that it gives you to help somebody reunite with their family or get off drugs or double their income or any of that, you don't want to give that up. It's something that's really priceless. And, I just saw today, get these little push notifications from CNN. Let's see if I can bring it up. It said, job dissatisfaction goes global as the Great Resignation takes root around the world, right? And I can guarantee that those that are, a part of the Great Resignation, and maybe you have been a part of the Great Resignation, that they're not satisfied with what they're doing, chances are, because they don't see the difference it makes. And maybe it does. I'm not saying it doesn't make a difference. I'm sure it has some value in the marketplace, or they wouldn't get paid. But it's probably not because they're not making enough money or something like that. Usually it's because they've missed out on meaning. They've missed out on purpose that they really, really are inspired by, that they're passionate about. And very few professions nowadays provide that for most of the people working in them. And so we see things like this happening in present day where people are just like, I don't even want to work at all. This is something where that will not happen as long as you get the mastery that you need in coaching, coaching skills, if you will, and your coaching business. But now is the time to get started if you're going to work with us in that way. I cannot promise that our tuition rates stay as low as they are currently, especially with inflation as it is. We do plan to pretty much raise all our tuition rates as soon as I have the time to actually look at our rates and do the admin to push them up. So now's the time to get started. This is a now opportunity. But you have that opportunity right now. To get there, you've got to believe that's who you are. You got to decide you're going to put energy into it, and you ultimately got to take action and make a commitment. But I know that's possible, that you're that person, or else you wouldn't be here at this point talking to me right now. So with that said, I'm happy to answer questions, but that's really all I got for you tonight. And no matter what, if there's something you learned tonight that makes a difference for your practice, makes a difference for your coaching, makes a difference for your business, I'd love to hear about it. And even if you're not going to be in the mastery program this semester, I really hope that our paths cross again soon. So I look forward to it. Take care until then.